Chapter 84. On the circular sword platform, other than the main hall elder who acted as the judge, there were 4 people standing upright like swords. Li Yi, Wang Tingo, Xiao Qianfeng, and Chu Mu. Many disciples' gazes were focused on Xiao Qianfeng. Some were amazed, some were in awe, and some were in admiration at this moment. The disciples' hearts were filled with complicated feelings. Yuan Wenhua was one of the top 3 disciples in the Azure Edge sword sect. Now he was defeated like a stepping stone, allowing a new star to rise. Xiao Qianfeng had jumped into the eyes of the sword sect's higher-ups and received great attention. Many elders were already thinking of taking Xiao Qianfeng as their disciple. Although Yuan Wenhua was defeated, he was not discouraged. He also did not leave. He sat on the sword observation platform with a calm expression. His eyes shone brightly, and the wound on his neck had already stopped bleeding. I won't say anything unnecessary. Xiao Qianfeng's appearance has pushed this year's Sword Battle Festival to a new climax. I believe that you can't wait to see the next battle between the strong, the main hall elder said loudly. He waved his hands in a provocative manner. In the end, who among the 4 will be eliminated? Who will be able to fight for the top 3? Who will be able to take first place? Let's wait and see. After these words, many disciples' breathing became hurried. This round, we won't use the previous drawing method. I have 4 small branches of different lengths in my hand. The judge stretched out his hands from his sleeves, holding 4 straight branches that were as thick as chopsticks. You 4 each pick 1 branch. The longest and the shortest will be your opponents, and the remaining 2 will also be your opponents. You will have a sword duel. I'll go first, Xiao Qianfeng said. He reached for the branches and randomly picked one. Me too, Wang Tingo said as his bright eyes swept across the remaining 3 branches. With lightning speed, he pulled out one of them. All right, 2 of them have been extracted, so there are still 2 left. So, who will be the opponent for this round? The referee elder said loudly in a provocative tone. Once again, he drew everyone's attention and made them even more focused. Junior brother, you go first. You can leave the last one for me. Li smiled, calm and at ease. Chu Mu nodded. He casually reached out and took one out. He glanced at it and didn't say anything. Li Yi, the last one is yours, the elder said with a smile as he slowly opened his palm. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but widen. Their pupils constricted slightly as they wanted to see the length of the last branch in the elder's hand. Li Yi, Wang Tingo, Xiao Qianfeng, and Chu Mu all stared at the elder's slowly opening palm as if they were pranking him, waiting for the final result. Finally, the elder's palm was completely opened. On his palm was a branch that was about 10 centimeters long. Instantly, everyone's gaze swept across the branches in Chu Mu, Xiao Qianfeng, and Wang Tingo's hands. Third senior brother's branch is the longest. Senior brother Zhao's branch is the shortest. The result is already out. Third senior brother will be facing senior brother Xiao. That means eldest senior brother will be facing Chu Mu from the soaring wind courtyard. Eldest senior brother will be facing Chu Mu. We don't even need to look to know the result. That's right. Chu Mu's strength is indeed unexpected. He can even defeat senior brother Xie Chunlei. However, eldest senior brother's strength far surpasses senior brother Xie Chunlei. He's not someone Chu Mu can compare to. In my opinion, eldest senior brother will be able to defeat Chu Mu in less than 10 moves. Up until now, Chu Mu had repeatedly created miracles. First, he defeated Wen Renyun, who was in the middle stage of 9th phase. Then he defeated Xie Chunlei, who was in the late stage of 9th phase. However, Li Yi was not an ordinary peak of 9th phase. He was a genius disciple who had mastered an incomplete high-level sword art and was able to fight against an ordinary early stage of 10th phase. Yes, now I'm looking forward to the battle between third senior brother and Xiao Qianfeng. Xiao Qianfeng is so strong. Even second senior brother was defeated. I wonder if third senior brother will be able to defeat Xiao Qianfeng. The inner disciples and elite disciples of the main palace discussed in low voices. They did not think highly of Chu Mu, but they thought highly of Xiao Qianfeng. After all, Xiao Qianfeng was in the middle stage of 9th phase. His sword art was also very outstanding. He also had the dazzling battle record of defeating Yuan Wenhua. Great, it's not senior brother Xiao and senior brother Chu's battle. The inner disciples of the 3 courtyards, especially the disciples of the Towering Wind courtyard, heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions were relieved. Their hearts that had been hanging high up in the air also relaxed. The tense nerves of the Towering Wind courtyard master and the others also relaxed. Perhaps Chu Mu might be defeated, but they did not wish for Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng to fight each other here. Of course, if both of them could win, then they would have to fight for the championship. It was inevitable, but it was a good thing. It meant that one of them would be the champion, and the other would be the runner-up. However, this was just a fantasy. It could not be taken seriously. Wang Tingo against Xiao Qianfeng, Li Yi against Chu Mu. The referee elder took back the branch and said with a smile, Li Yi and Chu Mu, please return to your respective sword observation platforms. For this battle, Wang Tingo against Xiao Qianfeng. Get ready. Li Yi nodded towards Chu Mu and smiled slightly. He lightly tapped the sword discourse platform with the tip of his foot and floated up. He was like a cloud floating towards the sword observation platform in the main hall. He was calm and at ease, causing people's eyes to light up and their faces to be filled with admiration. Chu Mu, I'll wait for you at the championship battle. Xiao Qianfeng suddenly took a step to Chu Mu's side and said softly. His face was serious, causing a trace of astonishment and disapproval to flash across the referee elder and Wang Tingo's faces. They took another look at Chu Mu before withdrawing their gazes. What did he say? He said he'll wait for Chu Mu at the championship battle? That's right, I didn't hear wrongly. That's what Xiao Qianfeng said. It seems that Xiao Qianfeng is not only confident in defeating third senior brother, he is also confident that Chu Mu will defeat first senior brother. It's just laughable confidence. Everyone felt that this was a joke. After ridiculing him for a while, they didn't take it to heart because they felt that it was impossible. Chu Mu smiled slightly and nodded. He leaped down from the sword discourse platform and lightly tapped the ground. He leaped up like a dragonfly skimming the water and landed on the sword observation platform of the Towering Wind courtyard. In terms of beauty, it was not as good as Li Yi's, so not many people paid attention to it. If he used his full strength, Chu Mu could indeed be as elegant and natural as Li Yi, but that would definitely expose his wind concept. Unless he had no other choice, Chu Mu was unwilling to expose his wind concept. Please. Wang Tingo cupped his sword with both hands. Please. Xiao Qianfeng returned the sword salute. The two of them were 10 meters apart, facing each other from afar. Traces of aura pervaded the air and collided with each other. The 4th round of the Qingfeng sword battle. Wang Tingo against Xiao Qianfeng. Now begin. The referee elder dragged his voice out loudly. His hand was like a treasured sword as he retreated like water and landed below the sword discourse platform. Your strength has completely exceeded my expectations, but I will defeat you, Wang Tingo said in a low voice. There seemed to be traces of lightning dancing in his eyes that radiated a bright light. His entire body was suffused with sword aura that crackled as if fine arcs of lightning were revolving around him. His aura was shocking to the extreme and became more and more intense. My sword has boundless sharpness and boundless sharpness, Xiao Qianfeng muttered in a low voice. Sword aura suffused the air with boundless sharpness. In an instant, the air around him seemed to have transformed into sharp swords. An exciting battle was about to begin. After that, both sides let out low shouts as they drew their swords. Sword light and sharp sword aura swept out in all directions. Exciting, truly too exciting. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared unblinkingly at the two figures that were like lightning on the sword discourse platform. They crisscrossed as countless sword images and sword light collided. The air exploded as countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye exploded. Quick, quick, quick! Wang Tingo mainly cultivated the lightning element sword aura technique and lightning element sword technique. His speed was originally fast, his explosive force was strong, and his destructive force was great. On the other hand, Xiao Qianfeng cultivated the metal element sword technique, which was extremely sharp and extraordinarily fast. Fighting speed with speed already made it difficult for others to see their figures clearly, and even their swords couldn't be seen clearly. In the blur, one could only see layer upon layer of figures colliding and crisscrossing with each other. Countless sword images and sword light crisscrossed and filled the entire circular sword discourse platform. The ear-piercing sounds of collision caused the air to explode like firecrackers, and countless sparks flew out like fireworks, dazzling everyone. Who do you think will win? The disciples guessed one after another and were uncertain. At this moment, an extremely ear-piercing sound of shattering resounded out. Under the enormous force of the collision, the two figures brought out a stream of sparks as they separated to the left and right. Suddenly, countless arcs of lightning leaped around Wang Tingo's body. Lightning was even brewing in his eyes as his aura surged like the rage of lightning. A muffled rumbling sound seemed to come from the sky. Let's decide the outcome in one move. Wang Tingo's voice was even more like rolling thunder as it exploded out. Take this move of mine, furious thunder flash! A large amount of lightning attribute sword chi poured into the 100 refinement sword. Countless arcs of lightning leaped about, emitting ear-piercing, crackling sounds. Astonishingly dazzling lightning covered the entire sword, and even Wang Tingo's entire body was about to be wrapped in it. The sword flickered like a furious thunder that tore through the sky, destroying everything in its path. Take this move of mine as well, 1,000 blades kill. Xiao Qianfeng's gaze became gloomy, as if it was absorbing all light. A gloomy golden luster flashed across the 100 refinement sword. In an instant, a boundlessly sharp aura seeped into the air, causing the people in the distance to involuntarily feel a chill run down their spines. Furious thunder flash against 1,000 blades kill. Everyone only saw a furious bolt of lightning and a dark golden light colliding on the sword discourse arena. In an instant, an earth-shattering sound exploded out, as if a large bell had been broken, emitting an ear-piercing sound that caused one's scalp to go numb and their entire body to tremble. It was so earth-shattering that it paled in comparison. The extremely intense light was incomparably dazzling, causing people to immediately close their eyes as tears involuntarily seeped out from the corners of their eyes. The ear-piercing sound of metal shattering only dissipated after a long time. Someone secretly opened a crack to look and could faintly see two figures standing there. Wang Tingo and Xiao Qianfeng stood back to back a few meters, holding swords in their hands. Their expressions were indifferent, and they were motionless like statues. Only the wind that blew past caused their hair and clothes to lightly flutter. Who won? What's the result? The disciples all started to guess. Only a small number of people were able to see the changes in the instant of the collision, and also knew who won and who lost. In the instant of the collision, Xiao Qianfeng's sword burst out with 1/2 inch of sword light, destroying Wang Tingo's furious lightning. Although the 1/2 inch of sword light was also shattered, his sword swept past Wang Tingo's neck with endless force. You're very strong. After a long time, Wang Tingo slowly turned around. His tone contained a trace of fanaticism, and there was even a shocking light in his eyes that leaped like electric arcs. I look forward to the next time we fight. After he finished speaking, lightning burst out from under Wang Tingo's feet, and he shot straight up into the sky. With a turn in the air, he charged towards the sword observation platform like a bolt of lightning. Third senior brother lost? The main palace disciples were all dumbfounded, unable to react for a moment. Eldest senior brother, he's very strong. His sword is incomparably sharp. Wang Tingo walked past Li Yi and said softly. Li Yi frowned slightly. In this sword battle, Xiao Qianfeng wins. The judge flew onto the platform and announced. His heart was still in shock, and he looked at Xiao Qianfeng with some emotion, only feeling that he was old. Yeah, senior brother Xiao won. The disciples of the 3 courtyards, especially the disciples of the soaring wind courtyard, cheered endlessly. At this point, it was enough. It was already enough. All the humiliation in the past would be washed away in one go today. In contrast to the 3 courtyards' cheers, the disciples of the main palace were extremely depressed, unable to raise their spirits, and their faces were dispirited and listless. Next match, Li Yi versus Chu Mu. Both sides, please come to the platform. The judge withdrew his emotions and announced. Li Yi stood up and floated out of the sword observation platform. Clouds surrounded his body, and he was like a flying cloud that was neither fast nor slow. He drew a beautiful arc and floated towards the circular platform, elegant and calm. Immediately, the entire hall was filled with cheers. The eyes of the main palace disciples lit up as if they had seen hope. We still have eldest senior brother. Chu Mu stood up, lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and flew up, bringing along a gust of wind as he blew towards the sword observation platform. In the air, he took a step in the air, took a breath, and blew onto the sword observation platform like a gust of wind. Good. The eyes of the disciples of the 3 courtyards lit up as they shouted. This was the first time Chu Mu had leaped onto the sword observation platform so far, even though he had taken a breath in the middle. So he knows how to take a breath. What's the use of that? Could it be that he wants to rely on this to defeat eldest senior brother? That's impossible. Eldest senior brother, do your best. Defeat him. Defeat the 2 of them, and let them know that eldest senior brother is the #1 disciple of our sword sect. The disciples of the main palace all raised their hands and clenched their fists as they shouted. Li Yi was already the last hope in their hearts. Looking at Li Yi and then looking at Chu Mu, a thought appeared in the referee elder's mind. Then he shook his head slightly and dispelled this absurd thought. Li Yi against Chu Mu. Let the sword battle begin. With an announcement, the elder flew back. Junior brother, feel free to show me your strength. Li Yi smiled slightly and saluted Chu Mu with his sword and said softly, appearing to be very magnanimous, Senior brother, please. Chu Mu returned the salute with a calm attitude. Both sides drew their swords, and the bright sword light was like autumn water, rippling in the air, attracting everyone's attention. They drew their swords together, one sword like a cloud, one sword like a wind. The wind rose and the clouds moved, the wind blew and the clouds rolled. Li Yi's sword carried wisps of clouds, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes left and sometimes right, extremely elegant. Coupled with his footwork, the changes of the clouds were displayed to the extreme. Chu Mu's sword blew a cool breeze, which seemed slow but was actually fast and full of fierceness. Coupled with the chaos steps and wind-swaying willow body technique, he advanced and retreated like the wind. A sword thrust, a sword slash, a sword block, and a sword vibration. The sound of metal clashing continuously spread out. Everyone could see every sword move clearly and dazzled them. As they fought, Li Yi suddenly discovered to his surprise that his rhythm had been disrupted. Then he was pulled into Chu Mu's grasp. Li Yi wanted to break Chu Mu's rhythm several times, but he found that he could not do it at all. Chu Mu's every sword seemed to be carefully calculated, and he felt that he had no choice but to block, and it was difficult for him to counterattack. Gradually, he fell into Chu Mu's control, and he felt powerless. How is this possible? Li Yi was shocked, and so were Luo Tianxiong and the others. How can this inner disciple's swordsmanship be so profound? Could it be that he cultivated basic swordsmanship when he was in his mother's womb? They all found it hard to believe. No, his basic swordsmanship attainments are much higher than mine. I have to break this situation, or else it will be disadvantageous for me if this continues. Li Yi roared in his heart, and he channeled his sword chi into the 100 refined sword. While shaking off Chumu's sword, a large amount of sword chi slashed out, forcing Chumu to dodge. Junior brother, your swordsmanship attainments are unfathomable, above senior brother's. Senior brother has no choice but to use his true strength. Li Yi's figure drifted back, and he said with a smile, Senior brother's main swordsmanship is an incomplete high-level swordsmanship, Cloud C swordsmanship. Although it lacks a high-level killing move, its power is not bad. Junior brother, you have to be careful. Some of the female disciples in the main hall had red hearts in their eyes, and they screamed loudly. Li Yi was too graceful, and they were mesmerized. I mainly cultivate the breeze swordsmanship, which is an intermediate level swordsmanship. Chumu also said, Senior brother, please. Li Yi did not hold back this time, and he immediately used the basic move of the Cloud Sea swordsmanship. When he attacked, Chumu seemed to see a white cloud surrounding him, and Li Yi's figure seemed to have disappeared. Sword after sword, each sword was like a white cloud. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 sword strikes were launched, and Chumu found himself in a small sea of clouds, and he could not find Li Yi's figure. Although it lacks a high-level killing move, a high-level swordsmanship is still a high-level swordsmanship. Even the basic move's power is extraordinary, and it is far from being comparable to an intermediate-level swordsmanship. Luo Tianxiong nodded. Suddenly, a sword light was hidden in the sea of clouds, and it gently pierced towards Chumu. Chumu turned around and blocked Li Yi's sword. Just as he was about to counterattack, Li Yi disappeared into the sea of clouds, and he could not find him anywhere. I didn't expect the basic move of a high-level swordsmanship to be so powerful. Chumu was secretly on guard. Under normal circumstances, swordsmen in the sword chi realm would cultivate entry-level swordsmanship, low-level swordsmanship, and intermediate-level swordsmanship. It was rare for them to cultivate high-level swordsmanship because it required too much sword chi to perform high-level swordsmanship. As for super-level swordsmanship, it could only be performed by experts in the chi transformation realm. Li Yi was able to cultivate an incomplete high-level swordsmanship, which showed that he had a fortuitous encounter. Chumu will be defeated within 10 moves. The disciples in the main hall were certain. The Cloud Sea swordsmanship was an incomplete high-level swordsmanship, and it was also the guarantee that Li Yi could maintain his position as the eldest senior brother. Hiding in the sea of clouds, Li Yi's body moved erratically, left, right, front, and back, so that Chumu could not catch him, and he would look for an opportunity to attack. What shocked Li Yi was that Chumu was able to seal his sword time and time again, causing him to return without any success. He had no choice but to temporarily hide in the small cloud sea and search for a better opportunity to attack. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 85. Many disciples below the stage exclaimed as they looked at the 10-meter-wide stage that was filled with a faint white color. It was like a miniature version of the sea of clouds. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see anything if they were trapped inside, only a vast expanse of whiteness. Eldest brother, however, is hiding inside, moving in and out at high speed. Each of his sword attacks is unpredictable. Winning is only a matter of time. Yuan Wenhua and Wang Tingo thought. They had also experienced the power of the Cloud Sea sword technique and had also lost to it. They knew the feeling of being trapped in it and that kind of helplessness. No matter how you looked, it was all white. It was as if countless clouds were surrounding you. You couldn't tell the direction and couldn't see other colors. It was as if your eyes had lost their function. This kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. After a while, it would be unbearable and would become impatient. This was a big taboo for swordsmen. In the end, it was inevitable that they would lose. However, Chu-Mu had already lasted for a few breaths of time and hadn't lost yet. This surprised Yuan Wenhua and Wang Tingo. "Sect Master, it looks like Chu-Mu is going to lose," Elder Lin said with a regretful expression. "Yes, although it's only an incomplete high-level sword technique, its power is still above many mid-level sword techniques. Li Yi's sword chi art is also of the cloud element, so it complements each other." Sect Master Ling Feng nodded with a serious expression. Trapped in the sea of clouds, all he can see is a vast expanse of white. Without a target, he can't use his sword at all. This is very disadvantageous for Chu-Mu. There are only two ways to break out of this predicament. The first is to use a sword chi cultivation level that surpasses Li Yi's and forcefully break out of it. However, I estimate that this requires a cultivation level that is at least at the peak of 10th stage or even half a step into chi transformation. The second is to use an even more powerful sword technique to break through it. Xiao Qianfeng narrowed his eyes as a faint golden light circulated within them. It was as if it was about to transform into a sword aura and shoot out in an attempt to see through the sea of clouds. However, he could only see a vast expanse of white swirling and changing. He couldn't help but frown slightly. "No matter what, you cannot be defeated. I am still waiting for you to fight me with your full strength," Xiao Qianfeng said with a voice that only he could hear. In the sea of clouds, Chu-Mu stood still with his sword in hand. No matter how the sea of clouds changed, he did not move at all. As he stared ahead, all he could see were the shifting clouds. He could not see Li Yi's figure. In here, the effects of the vision sword are greatly weakened. Unless one reaches the consummation of the vision sword, they won't be able to do much here, Chu-Mu thought to himself. He slowly closed his eyes, not allowing the shifting clouds to interfere with his judgment. He actually closed his eyes. Is he going to give up? Li Yi, who was in the sea of clouds, was puzzled. Chu-Mu could not see him, but he could see Chu-Mu. This was the ingenuity of the sea of clouds sword technique. It was also the reason why he was in an undefeatable position. Since that is the case, I will defeat you. With this thought, Li Yi's figure suddenly moved forward. His sword came from the vast sea of clouds, stabbing towards Chu-Mu almost soundlessly. Chu-Mu's ears trembled slightly. The almost undetectable sound of the sword piercing through the air still entered his ears. It was very similar to Deshang's sword of hearing. It was extraordinary. He casually swung his sword and blocked Li Yi's sword with a clang. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the sword light turned and knocked away Li Yi's sword. Then he took advantage of the momentum and stabbed forward, causing the clouds to surge violently. Li Yi was shocked and hurriedly retreated. He remembered that when he fought Chu-Mu with his sword technique, not only was he unable to gain the upper hand, but the rhythm was also controlled by Chu-Mu. He was powerless to advance or retreat. In an instant, Li Yi appeared on the other side of Chu-Mu. This time, his sword split into three, stabbing towards Chu-Mu from the top, the middle, and the bottom. Chu-Mu still swung his sword and blocked the three attacks. Then he took advantage of the momentum to counterattack, causing Li Yi to retreat again in shock. How can this be? How can he still be so powerful with his eyes closed? Li Yi's figure moved swiftly, constantly creating clouds to prevent the sea of clouds from dissipating. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. The people outside were even more surprised, especially those who had experienced his sea of clouds sword technique. They were even more confused. It had been so long, so why was there still no winner? Li Yi did not believe it. Ever since he cultivated the sea of clouds sword technique, his strength had multiplied. He had established himself as the sword sect's great senior brother, and no one could surpass him. But now, even after using the Sea of Clouds sword technique, he still could not defeat an inner disciple whose cultivation was only at the peak of stage 8. Unknowingly, Li Yi's heart was a little confused. Once his heart was confused, his calm and collected state of mind was naturally broken. Li Yi's heart was in a mess, and his aura leaked out. He could no longer merge with the Sea of Clouds like before, and was instantly caught by Chu Mu. He opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. With a low shout, his sword stirred up a gust of wind. The two cold, murderous intents instantly split into 16. They crisscrossed and swept towards Li Yi like small tornadoes. Not good. Li Yi's expression changed. The sword in front of him was like a cool breeze, and the Sea of Clouds shook, showing signs of being blown away. Moreover, the 16 killing intent were extremely cold and locked onto him, causing Li Yi's hair to stand on end. He swung his sword, and sword chi shot out. The killing intent and sword chi collided, and countless sword chi shot out in all directions, piercing thousands of holes in the Sea of Clouds. Everyone could only see the countless sword chi shooting out, and the Sea of Clouds collapsing. They were all shocked. Immediately adjusting his state of mind, Li Yi's footsteps and body were erratic. He flew like a white cloud, rushing towards Chu Mu. He thrust out his sword, and sword chi was attached to the blade. As it changed, its speed was astonishing. With a bang, it actually caused the air to explode. Chu Mu also thrust out his sword with sword chi. The moment the two swords collided, Chu Mu's arm muscles quickly wriggled, and power passed through the sword. The 100 refined swords collided at high speed, and countless sparks flew. Li Yi's sword chi cultivation was much stronger than Chu Mu's, and his sword chi was purer. Under the collision, Chu Mu only felt a strong vibration from the sword to his hand. His hand was slightly numb, and he almost lost his grip on the sword. He took the opportunity to loosen his grip, and then he slashed out with his sword, shooting out a sword chi. Break! Li Yi's left hand was like a sword, and sword chi spread out. He pointed out with his finger, and after shattering the sword chi, another sharp sword chi shot out. Chu Mu's left hand hurriedly guided the sword chi, and its speed increased. It was like a sword chi slashing through the void, shattering the sword chi and slashing towards Li Yi. Li Yi used his movement skill to the extreme, and his figure fluttered, dodging Chu Mu's sword chi, and appeared above his head. Endless Sea of Clouds, Li Yi muttered. The moment he attacked, he used the Cloud Sea Sword Art's intermediate killer move. He knew that his state of mind was broken, and he needed some time to calm down and adjust. If he continued to fight, it would be disadvantageous for him. Therefore, he used his killer move in an attempt to end this sword battle as soon as possible. Eldest senior brother is going to win. The main palace disciples cheered. However, Yuan Wenhua and Wang Tingo felt that something was wrong. Li Yi's state of mind is already in chaos. He lost the essence of the cloud style, and he's anxious to win. Luo Tianxiong frowned and thought to himself. No one knew what had happened in the cloud sea that had caused the usually calm Li Yi to lose his state of mind. In the blink of an eye, countless clouds appeared, forming a cloud sea that surrounded him again. Chu Mu could feel the endless, cold, murderous intent in the cloud sea. When he used the cloud concept, Li Yi felt his killer move become sluggish, as if he had fallen into a quagmire. In an instant, he felt a cool breeze blowing, causing the cloud sea to churn and show signs of dissipating. 24 cold, murderous intents rushed into the cloud sea and collided, causing countless explosions. Immediately after, a light green wind blade more than a meter long cut through the Sea of Clouds and charged towards Li Yi. Oh no! Li Yi's expression changed drastically. The sharpness of the wind blade made him feel a fatal threat. However, the wind blade was too fast for him to dodge. Li Yi channeled his sword chi to form a layer of armor in front of his chest. With a cracking sound, like glass shattering, The wind blade shattered Li Yi's sword chi armor. The huge force sent Li Yi flying, leaving the spectators dumbfounded. Chu Mu quickly used Windwalk. Riding the wind, he turned into a gust of wind and chased after Li Yi. This was the first time Chu Mu had used his movement technique with all his strength in public. Li Yi's chest felt tight, and he almost vomited blood. Chu Mu chased after him, appearing in front of Li Yi in the blink of an eye. A dazzling sword light pierced through the air, creating a loud explosion. Li Yi barely raised his sword to block. Chu Mu's sword light spun, shaking Li Yi's sword. The sword landed on Li Yi's neck. The two of them landed at the same time. Chu Mu's sword was still on Li Yi's neck, not moving at all. It seemed like he only needed a light slash to cut open the blood vessels on Li Yi's neck. Li Yi was in a daze. Everything felt like a dream. The disciples below were silent, their faces blank, as if they had stopped breathing. This Chu Mu, he's about to defy the heavens. Elder Lin was dumbstruck and subconsciously blurted out a sentence. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 86. Junior brother, you won. A touch of bitterness flashed across Li Yi's face. The corner of his mouth trembled. He forced a smile and saluted with his sword. Senior brother, thank you for letting me win. Chu Mu returned the salute and said lightly. With a leap, Li Yi shot towards the main hall's sword observation platform like an arrow leaving the bow. He was not as elegant as before. He knew very well that his state of mind was in chaos. This was the main reason for his defeat. However, Li Yi had a feeling that even if his state of mind was not broken, he would still be defeated in the end. It seemed that Chu Mu had not used his full strength yet. How is this possible? After sitting down, Li Yi secretly shook his head and smiled bitterly. He felt that his idea was ridiculous. Yuan Wenhua and Wang Tingo looked at Li Yi speechlessly. They were very depressed in their hearts. They didn't expect that the three strongest disciples of the sword faction would be defeated consecutively. Moreover, they were defeated by the disciples of the three inner courtyards. It was unbelievable. It was like a joke. The others, such as sect leader Luo Tianxiong, the three courtyard masters, and the many elders of the three main courtyards, had mixed feelings in their hearts. They couldn't tell what it was like. The corner of their eyes twitched, and their faces were extremely strange. Even they didn't know why there was such a distorted expression on their faces, but it was exactly in line with their thoughts at this time. Chu Mu is going to defy the heavens, especially the High Wind Palm Academy. They thought that they had overestimated Chu Mu as much as possible. They thought that he could compete for the top three, but they didn't expect that he would not only compete for the top three, but also for the first place. If it wasn't the first place, then it was the second place. The disciples of the main hall only felt that their views in this life seemed to have been completely overturned in a short moment. This feeling was very strange and uncomfortable. The entire place was deathly silent, and only a cool breeze blew past. This continued for nearly 15 minutes before someone finally woke up. Looking at Chu Mu, who was still standing upright like a sword on the sword discourse arena, his face, which was not very handsome, seemed to be shrouded in a layer of divine light. Many of the female disciples' eyes were red, and their hearts were beating faster. At this moment, Chu Mu's expression was like a brand that was engraved into everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a figure filled with limitless sharpness, like a sword light that ripped through the sky, instantly flew over 20 meters from the wind observation sword platform to the circular sword platform and landed in front of Chu Mu. Next, it's time for us to fight it out. Xiao Qianfeng's eyes were abnormally bright. A layer of water-like light gold flashed across his eyes, almost transforming into a sharp sword energy that shot out. The aura around his body was incomparably sharp, and the sword energy gradually spread out. The light gold color filled the surroundings, and the sword in his hand lightly trembled, as if it was about to be unsheathed at any moment. Chu Mu was attracted by Xiao Qianfeng's aura, and the sword energy in his body was uncontrollably moved, as if it was about to break out of his body. The sword in his hand slightly trembled, and he couldn't help but be startled. At this moment, Xiao Qianfeng's aura was too sharp, and it was a kind of absolute determination, causing Chu Mu to be extremely vigilant. An unexpected aura interjected and directly isolated the two auras that were about to collide. Otherwise, once the auras collided, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng would definitely draw their swords and immediately attack. This aura belonged to the referee elder. He had just woken up from his shock and was carefully digesting everything that he had seen before. He was alarmed by Xiao Qianfeng's sharp aura and immediately flew onto the stage. Even though Xiao Qianfeng's aura was extremely sharp, it was still far from being enough when facing a Qi transformation realm expert. He could only temporarily restrain himself, but his eyes were still sharp as he stared at Chu Mu. I've presided over 4 Qingfeng sword battles gatherings, and this one just so happens to be the 4th. The referee elder's mind was in a mess, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. After muttering to himself for a moment, he reluctantly found a way to start. A strange expression that seemed to be both a bitter smile and gratification appeared on his face. However, I am familiar with every sword battle gatherings that our sect has held in the past, and there has never been a sword battle gatherings like this one. The referee elder's voice became resounding, excited, and moved everyone's hearts, their emotions, and their thoughts. They couldn't help but become excited, and their blood boiled. As everyone knows, the 3 inner courtyards that participate in the Qingfeng sword battle gatherings are just going through the motions, allowing the disciples to broaden their horizons. While the referee elder was excited, his train of thought gradually became clearer. His tone was still excited as he said, "However, this year I've seen something different." Chu Mu entered the second round without a fight. Everyone thought that his luck was very good, and I also thought so. We all agreed that Chu Mu would only be able to reach the second round and stop there. However, what we didn't expect was that he defeated Wenren Yin, whose sword qi cultivation was higher than his, and entered the third round. Then he used the sword in his hand to show us that we were wrong. He defeated Xie Chunlei, whose cultivation was higher than his, and entered the fourth round. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Xiao Qianfeng returned, and with his valiant attitude, he defeated Yuan Wenhua in an incomparably swift and fierce manner, and then defeated Wang Tingo. I think all of you must have felt the same as me at that time. You must have been very excited, very surprised, and also somewhat depressed. The referee elder continued, and the sparse beard on his chin was very vivid. Yuan Wenhua and Wang Tingo's cultivation and swordsmanship are publicly acknowledged by our sect. They are ranked in the top 3 among all the disciples, second only to Li Yi. However, they were defeated by Xiao Qianfeng, an unknown disciple of the Soaring Wind Courtyard. To be honest, I was even more excited than you all because this was the last time I presided over the Qingfeng sword battle gathering, and because Xiao Qianfeng is a disciple of our sect. Yuan Wenhua and Wang Tingo's cultivation and swordsmanship are still there. I believe that after being defeated, they will become even stronger after this defeat. Xiao Qianfeng's strength means that our sword sect has another powerful disciple. In the future, he will become a powerful elder of our sect. This is a blessing for our sect. Originally, I thought that it was already a great blessing for our sect to have such an outstanding disciple like Xiao Qianfeng. However, I didn't expect that there would be another one, and that is Chu Mu. The referee elder's voice became even more resounding and sharp. Their gazes instantly fell on Chu Mu's face as if they represented everyone's gazes. Their gazes all fell on Chu Mu's face, causing Chu Mu to instantly feel a trace of pressure. With his cultivation at the peak of the 8th stage of the Sword Qi realm, he first defeated someone in the middle stage of the 9th stage of the Sword Qi realm. then defeated someone in the late stage of the ninth stage of the Sword Chi realm. This has already exceeded our expectations. Originally, we all thought that with Chu Mu's cultivation and swordsmanship, Li Yi would be able to easily defeat Chu Mu if he fought against Li Yi. However, reality was different. Chu Mu's swordsmanship was so exquisite that Li Yi had no choice but to use the Cloud Sea sword technique. We all thought that Li Yi would win. The referee elder's voice was rhythmic and filled with a sense of power. It continuously drew everyone's attention, causing their hearts to rise and fall. However, something unexpected happened again. The Cloud Sea sword technique was broken, and Chu Mu displayed astonishing strength. Although his cultivation was far inferior to Li Yi's, he relied on his exquisite swordsmanship and perfect timing to seize the advantage and defeat Li Yi. He created an almost impossible situation. Everyone's breathing involuntarily became hurried. Their gazes towards Chu Mu became even more scorching. The referee elder had actually hidden something, which was his guess. This was because when Chu Mu had used the clear wind sword technique, he had felt a peculiar ripple. This ripple was both unfamiliar and familiar. It was a ripple that belonged to a concept. However, he didn't dare to be certain. That was because it was unbelievable that a concept would appear on a disciple at the 8th stage of the Sword Chi realm. The referee elder believed that he wasn't the only one who had this thought. The sect master, the chancellor, and the various elders might also have discovered it. Now, it's time for this year's Sword Battle Festival's champion battle. Xiao Qianfeng versus Chu Mu. One of them is a genius that appeared out of nowhere, while the other is a genius that rose up miraculously. Between these two supernovas, who will be able to obtain first place? The referee elder waved his hands, his face flushed red. Because of his excitement, his voice was so loud that it sounded like the sound of metal clashing. Who will be able to obtain first place? This question instantly exploded in everyone's hearts. It was like rolling thunder that endlessly reverberated. First place. Who will be first? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 87. A gust of wind blew past and became stronger. It whistled, causing people's hair and clothes to flutter. Their eyes unconsciously narrowed. It was close to winter. The wind that blew over carried a bone-piercing chill, causing many disciples to involuntarily tremble. They tightened their bodies and slightly moved their sword chi to disperse the chill. The circular sword platform had a diameter of 10 meters. The two figures stood facing each other with a distance of 5 meters. Their gazes met, and sharp lights shot out from each other. When they collided in the air, it was as if sword chi had shot out and exploded, creating countless ripples. When the wind blew past them, there was a faint sword chi jumping in the air, causing the wind to immediately collapse and become disorderly. From the first time I saw you, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Xiao Qianfeng said slowly. His voice was like a sword, extremely sharp. He held the sword hilt with his right hand and slowly pulled it out. The slight friction between the sword and the scabbard drifted in the wind. It was ear-piercing. A dazzling light slowly bloomed, and an incomparably sharp aura spread out. It filled the surroundings, tearing the wind apart and shaking the void. Chu Mu also held the sword hilt and slowly pulled it out. Pulling the sword out was only a process. It was the process of adjusting one's breathing and condensing one's aura. As the sword was pulled out inch by inch, the aura released from his body became denser and denser. The wind that blew over was completely absorbed and crushed, turning into his own. The aura quickly spread out and filled the surroundings. It was as if countless invisible swords were attacking. The aura became denser and denser, and actually formed two spheres that surrounded Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. A faint green and gold light formed a 3-meter sphere that surrounded the two of them. Streaks of tiny sword chi shuttled back and forth like lightning, completely isolating the wind that blew over. Soon after, the sphere slowly spread out, and the two auras instantly collided. Crackling sounds like electric shocks rang out. Faintly, one could see sparks from the collision of countless sword chi. It was as if electric arcs had exploded and jumped in the air. The faint green and faint gold light caved in. My sword is the endless sword. Take this. Xiao Qianfeng muttered in a low voice. The speed at which he drew his sword increased, and it transformed into an incomparably fierce, faint golden light that seemed to pierce through space as it pierced towards Chu Mu with earth-shattering might. It was fast, fierce, and incomparably fierce, and it directly pierced a hole in the air. What a fast sword! Chu Mu was secretly surprised, but he did not show any weakness. He drew his sword at an even faster speed, and his sword was like the wind. Clang! Countless sparks flew out as if two meteors had collided in an instant. It was earth-shattering, and an extremely ear-piercing explosion tore through the air and spread out, heavily piercing the eardrums of everyone. Waves of pain, as if their eardrums had been pierced and torn apart. It was unbearable. Xiao Qianfeng seemed to have long known that Chu Mu would pull out his sword. His speed was extremely fast, and the instant his sword was sealed, he instantly changed. In the blink of an eye, he had already stabbed out dozens of times. Each sword was extremely swift and fierce, and each sword pierced through the void. Each sword was an absolute killing move, and it was as if the air was completely twisted and shattered. Extremely fierce auras descended successively onto Chu Mu, causing Chu Mu's expression to change as shock filled his heart. Xiao Qianfeng's sword was extremely fast, and every single strike was extremely powerful. His power was compressed within the sword, and when he stabbed out, not only did it pierce through the air, it also emitted intense banging sounds, as if the air was exploding. If you're fast, I'm faster. With a low shout, Chu Mu's sword transformed into a boundless wind that blew over. It was already impossible to tell how many swords there were. All that could be seen was a stretch of azure that completely sealed Xiao Qianfeng's dozens of swords. The clanging sound was endless. The sound tore through the air and was extremely ear-piercing. It caused the disciples 20 meters away to retreat one after another. Their hands covered their ears, and their faces were filled with pain. Their eyes were filled with shock. The Qi transformation realm experts didn't move, but their expressions changed greatly. Li Yi, Yuanhua, and Wang Tingo were even more shocked. What a fast sword! Is this their true strength? Could it be that the two of them didn't bring out their true strength when they were fighting with us? One of them said in a low voice. After speaking, the three of them looked at each other and bitterly smiled. Suddenly, they felt as if they didn't belong to the same generation. It was as if they were swordsmen of a generation higher than them, and they needed to look up to them. The eyes of the monastery heads were also filled with shock. It was hard to imagine that such a high-speed sword attack would appear from two disciples of the 8th and 9th stage. How could they, as seniors, endure this? When they were at this cultivation level back then, they couldn't even be considered trash. When they thought of this, whether it was sect master Luo, Tianxiong himself, the 3 monastery heads, or the various elders, they all felt extremely ashamed from the bottom of their hearts. Suddenly, they were both happy and shocked. They were happy that such a talented disciple had appeared in their sect. In the future, when he matured, it would be of great help to the development of the sword faction. They were shocked because if such a talented disciple was discovered by an even more powerful sword faction, they would definitely use all their strength to snatch him away. It would be a disaster for their sect. Every one of Xiao Qianfeng's sword attacks was blocked by Chu Mu and successfully counterattacked. Xiao Qianfeng once again made his move to block Chu Mu's sword. The two sides continuously clashed with each other. Over 100 high-speed swords collided with each other. The swords clashed with almost all of their strength. one could only see countless sword light from both sides colliding with each other, creating circles of light arcs that spread out in the air like ripples of water. When the numerous disciples adapted to this ear-piercing sound, they all turned from shock to sluggishness. They stared dumbfoundedly at the two people who were attacking at high speed on the circular sword platform. Because of the constant collisions between the two swords, an incomparably ear-piercing sound rang out. Accompanied by visible ripples, the two swords exploded from the point of collision and spread out in all directions. The air seemed to have turned into water as countless ripples spread out. Those disciples who thought that their sword speed was fast were instantly ashamed. Compared to Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng, the sword speed that they were so proud of was like a snail compared to a rabbit. As expected of senior brother Chu and senior brother Xiao. It's really too shocking. The eyes of the disciples of the three courtyards, especially the disciples of the soaring wind courtyard, were shining brightly. They were extremely dazzling like light bulbs. Suppressed cries of surprise rose and fell. Every time the swords collided, Chu Mu would feel a wave of energy rebound that passed through the sword and into his hand, causing his hand to feel slightly numb. He almost lost his grip on the sword. Although Xiao Qianfeng's sword qi cultivation was only at the middle stage of 9th stage, Chu Mu felt that the purity of his sword qi was not inferior to Chu Mu's. His cultivation was also higher than Chu Mu's. Moreover, Xiao Qianfeng seemed to be adept at condensing energy into his sword, making it even stronger. In addition, when an 8th stage swordsman broke through to 9th stage, their body would be strengthened. In terms of theoretical explosive strength and other aspects, there would be a substantial increase. This caused the overall strength of a 9th stage swordsman to surpass that of an 8th stage swordsman by a large margin. This was also the standard used by the Azure Edge sword sect to differentiate between inner disciples and elite disciples. Chu Mu had no choice but to use his basic sword techniques, force dissipation, vibration, and perfect fusion to the fullest in order to draw away the powerful recoil from each collision. Otherwise, Chu Mu would have already been defeated by this kind of high-speed collision due to the difference in cultivation. Xiao Qianfeng's sword technique attainments have definitely reached the level of a sword master. Moreover, he's extremely adept at condensing and compressing energy onto his sword, causing his sword to be even faster and have even greater explosive power. Adding on the sharp and forceful nature of the metal-type sword aura, normal sword masters simply aren't his opponent. Chu Mu's heart trembled as he silently spoke. However, Chu Mu was a swordsmanship master. Not only was he a swordsmanship master, but he was also a swordsman at the peak of 8th stage. With the combination of the two, his strength multiplied. He was completely fearless against Xiao Qianfeng and did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Chu Mu was shocked, but Xiao Qianfeng was even more shocked. He originally thought that his full speed sword would be able to defeat Chu Mu, but he did not expect that even with an absolute advantage in cultivation, he would still be unable to do anything to Chu Mu. He couldn't help but become even more excited, his battle intent surging. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 88. With a loud clang, as if meteors from outer space collided, the air exploded and shook the heavens and the earth. Countless sparks exploded like fireworks on a summer night. Terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions, bursting forth with dazzling rings of light like a supernova explosion. Two figures surrounded by light green and light gold flew back like two meteors. The area between them was shaken into a vacuum by the intense collision. A large amount of air rushed in and formed cyclones. The loud, ear-piercing sound caused the disciples 20 meters away to cover their ears with their hands again. They clenched their teeth, and their faces twisted with malevolence. The terrifying force of the rebound almost caused Chu Mu's sword to fly out of his hand. His palm even felt numb, and he was secretly shocked. If he hadn't used the deflecting technique and the vibration technique in time to weaken the rebound force, he would have been in a very difficult situation this time. Sure enough, when the opponent's attainments in sword arts were also very profound, the difference in sword chi cultivation would become even more obvious, especially in a situation where they were fighting head-on. Xiao Qianfeng's sword was too fast, almost not inferior to Chu Mu's. Moreover, it was very strange and had a feeling that it was endless. The final collision was even more unavoidable. Chu Mu was 100% sure that Xiao Qianfeng had definitely obtained an extraordinary fortuitous encounter or even some kind of powerful inheritance in the past few months. Xiao Qianfeng was even more surprised. He didn't underestimate Chu Mu from the beginning, but in the short period of time since the start of the battle, he had already used 70% of his strength. Yet, Chu Mu was still able to fight against him without falling into a disadvantageous position. He was very clear that he had obtained an enormous, fortuitous encounter in the outside training this time. He had obtained an inheritance in the way of the sword. It was an existence that surpassed sword arts. Even a great expert of the Qi transformation realm would not be able to touch it. Although he could only use a small part of it now, its power was unparalleled. Not long ago, Xiao Qianfeng had used it to kill an early 10th stage sword Qi realm sword practitioner. He'd originally thought that no matter how formidable Chu Mu was, he would definitely be able to defeat Chu Mu with the sword Dao he'd inherited. But now it seemed like that wasn't the case. With this thought in mind, Xiao Qianfeng's body paused in midair. His feet stepped on the air as if he was stepping on an invisible wall. He suddenly exerted his strength, and with a loud bang, it was as if a rock had been shattered. Xiao Qianfeng's entire body was like an arrow that had left its bow as it pierced through the air and shot out. As he waved the sword in his hand, a layer of faint golden light flowed and gathered on the body of the sword, causing it to look dim and golden. Soon after, the half-inch light golden sword radiance swallowed and spat out as it slashed out. It was as resplendent as flowing fire, and the air was torn apart, leaving behind a clear light golden slash. Chu Mu's pupils instantly shrank to the size of needles. His heart was filled with shock. Endless sharpness tore through the void, causing his scalp to go numb. Chu Mu was sure that if he was cut by this kind of sword radiance, the second layer of the sword Qi protection secret technique wouldn't be much tougher than paper. He paused and took a deep breath. Using the Windwalker movement technique at full strength, he flew backwards and pulled away. A trace of seriousness flashed through Chu Mu's eyes. Immediately after, the sword Qi around him surged violently. All the sword Qi within a 5-meter radius was mobilized. An intense light shot out from Chu Mu's eyes as he let out a low shout. The sword Qi around him gathered and was compressed onto the 100 Refinements sword. The 100 Refinements sword already had sword Qi attached to it. At this moment, the sword Qi outside was constantly being compressed. The entire sword seemed to be unable to withstand it and started to tremble violently. The terrifying sword Qi was like a storm that swept through the surroundings. It was incomparably cold. The sword in Chu Mu's hand seemed to have become huge. What secret technique is that? It can actually mobilize the Qi outside of the body and compress it. The headmaster and the other elders were all shocked. They didn't know about the sword Dao grandmasters using sword Qi outside of the body. Their intuition told them that it was a secret technique. This was because mobilizing the Qi outside of the body could only be done after breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. The sword Qi realm trained the potential within the body to be developed and transformed into acquired sword Qi. At this moment, Chu Mu held nothing back. The amount of sword Qi within a 5-meter radius was already not inferior to the total amount of sword Qi of any 8th-stage swordsman. To completely compress it into a sword, especially one that already had sword Qi attached to it, and to merge the sword Qi inside and outside, was even more difficult. condense. With a low shout, Chu Mu's black hair danced wildly, shooting straight into the sky. Each strand of hair was as straight as a sword. His entire body's aura was incomparably sharp, like a sword that could cut through the air. His eyes glared, a terrifying light shooting out. His left hand opened and curved into a claw, surrounded by a faint green light, like green sand flowing through his fingers. Starting from the sword guard, he slowly wiped his hand across the blade. His hand trembled slightly, and his green robe rustled as if it was being blown by a gust of wind. His left hand was incomparably heavy, as if it was dragging a mountain. Wherever it passed, the incomparably turbulent and surging external sword chi was forcefully compressed into the 100 refinement sword, adhering to the layer of internal sword chi and forcefully fusing with it. When his left hand swept across the tip of the sword, all the sword chi was forcefully compressed into the 100 refinement sword. It looked like the entire 100 refinements sword was flowing with a faint green light, like wisps of wind blowing from the sword guard to the tip. There was even a faint green light in the surroundings, like flowing fire. With a light wave, a faint green flowing fire seemed to burn in the air, leaving behind countless afterimages, bringing with it gusts of wind. So beautiful! Many disciples, especially the female disciples, screamed with red hearts in their eyes. The sword in Chu Mu's hand was indeed very beautiful. It was as if a faint cyan-colored flame had condensed into it. A trace of seriousness flashed through the eyes of the sect master and the elders. As for Li Yi and the other two, the bitterness on their faces was even more obvious. It turned out that this was their true strength. It was laughable that they thought that they were only able to defeat them because of a moment of luck. There was not much difference between their true strength. Xiao Qianfeng was suddenly startled. He even thought that Chu Mu was like him and had obtained some kind of sword inheritance. The half-inch faint golden sword light flickered, and the dark golden 100 refinements sword pierced through the air, tearing apart layers of obstacles. No wind could stop it at all, and it attacked with absolute sharpness. A cool breeze seemed to blow past Chu Mu's eyes as he slowly swung his sword. This sword seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 kilograms. It was incomparably slow, but it brought with it an incomparably strong gale, violently blowing over. The sword chi within a 5-meter radius was compressed and condensed. Chu Mu could clearly feel the weight of the sword in his hand increase by more than 10 times, and he needed to use even more strength to swing it. Under the gale, Xiao Qianfeng's forward charge was heavily hindered. He had no choice but to continuously swing his sword, using the incomparably sharp edge of the sword to cut through the gale. His left hand shook the air, and its speed increased by 2 times, shooting over. The half-inch sword light broke through the air. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. It is all about deception, and the weak are prey to the strong. Even if one has a righteous heart, one will still be bullied. If one does not want to be bullied, one can only create one's own world. I want to break the rules, ethics, and order, and create a world that belongs to my heart, martial honor of the world. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 89. The half-inch sword ray pierced through the air. The light cyan flowing fire sword slashed out like a shooting star. Another collision occurred. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surroundings seemed to have lost all sound. Even the screams of the disciples couldn't be heard. They could only strangely see the other party's mouth open, but no sound came out. The entire world seemed to have become deathly silent. All the movements seemed to have been slowed down by 10 times, strangely distorted. In just an instant, everything returned to normal. A terrifying, ear-piercing sound exploded in the air. It was like the roar of a surging wave. It was incomparably sharp and pierced into the ears. They felt a tearing pain, as if an invisible sword had pierced their eardrums and pierced their brains. Ah! Many disciples couldn't help but hold their heads with their hands and let out painful roars. They bent over, feeling extremely painful and unbearable. They even had to roll on the ground to ease the pain. The elite disciples also frowned and covered their ears with their hands. They felt extremely uncomfortable. Only the experts of the Qi transformation realm could withstand the ear-piercing sound of this terrifying collision. However, they still felt uncomfortable. At the place where the light green and light gold collided, there was a bright spot of light. In an instant, it was like a supernova explosion. A blazing ring of light exploded and spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, the air was shaken by the impact, forming a vacuum area a few meters in diameter. Countless light green and light gold exploded and mixed together, splashing and scattering like fireworks. The light green sword in Chu Mu's hand was also on the verge of collapse. On the other hand, the half-inch sword ray on Xiao Qianfeng's sword directly shattered. The terrifying collision caused an extremely strong rebounding force. Under the blazing ring of light, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng's figures flew back in an instant. The exploding sword Qi tore their clothes apart. Due to the protection of the sword Qi protective secret technique, Chu Mu appeared to be in a better state, while Xiao Qianfeng was in a sorry state. He forcefully stopped his body, and when he was 5 meters away again, he pointed his sword at the other party. They faced each other from a distance, and under the influence of their auras, they locked onto each other and collided, causing countless muffled sounds of thunder to ring out. Chu Mu's and Xiao Qianfeng's auras grew even sharper, denser, and more majestic. More or less. I've already used 100% of my strength, but I still can't defeat you. Xiao Qianfeng looked straight at Chu Mu. There seemed to be a layer of faint golden light that flashed across his pupils, and the sharpness of his voice was oppressive. His tone was low and sharp, and it was as cold as the edge of a sword. Next, I will use 120% of my strength to execute my ultimate move and decide the victor between us. Until now, I still haven't mastered this move perfectly, so I can only guarantee that I won't kill you. I'm really looking forward to your ultimate move, Chu Mu said softly. His voice was somewhat erratic, and his expression didn't change. However, he was secretly on guard in his heart. After exchanging blows with Xiao Qianfeng, Chu Mu had already displayed 70 to 80% of his strength. He had even unreservedly used his external sword qi, which he had never used before, but he still couldn't defeat Xiao Qianfeng. Until now, Chu Mu still had 2 trump cards. He believed that Xiao Qianfeng's ultimate move would definitely be extremely powerful. If he didn't use his trump card, he might be injured and then defeated. Xiao Qianfeng didn't say anything else. He slowly closed his eyes, and the aura on his body also became silent and restrained. Everyone's gazes fell on Xiao Qianfeng. They were filled with anticipation and even forgot to breathe. Chu Mu keenly felt that there was an even more terrifying sharpness on Xiao Qianfeng's body, and it was brewing and gathering. At this moment, the air around Xiao Qianfeng's body became still, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation. After about 3 breaths of time, Xiao Qianfeng's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 incomparably sharp, faint golden auras shot out like sword qi. They pierced through the air and left behind a mark that was a few meters long. The restrained and silent sharpness also instantly exploded, as if a dormant volcano had suddenly erupted. It actually emitted a loud, rumbling sound and caused the surrounding air to violently fluctuate. It was as if countless faint, golden sword qi instantly gushed out from Xiao Qianfeng's body and filled the surroundings. Its sharpness was so strong that it could cut through everything, and it was endless and unstoppable. The 100 refined sword buzzed and slightly trembled as if it had been given life. Faint golden sword qi gathered on it, and like a golden stream of light, it slowly flowed down from Xiao Qianfeng's fingers. The air was directly torn apart, and even space seemed to have the possibility of being torn apart. My sword has boundless sharpness and endless sharpness. Take this sword of mine. Xiao Qianfeng suddenly leapt into the air, and his sword pierced through the air. Thousand blade, absolute slash. Chu Mu's expression changed. His eyes trembled, and his pupils instantly contracted to the size of needles, reflecting Xiao Qianfeng's figure that was surrounded by faint golden sword qi. It was as if the sword had torn apart the sky and had come from beyond the heavens and had locked onto him. Even from afar, he could feel the endless sharpness surging towards him. Even the air seemed to have turned into numerous sharp swords that pierced towards him, and he couldn't dodge. Sect Master Luo Tianxiong, the 3 monastery heads, and the various elders all trembled. They almost couldn't sit still and wanted to stand up. Their eyes fiercely widened, and a terrifying light circulated within them. Their mouths were wide open, and their cheeks were slightly twitching. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Before Xiao Qianfeng's sword arrived, the surrounding air had already been dyed in a faint golden color and condensed into faint golden sword qi. It locked onto Chu Mu and rapidly shot towards him, letting out the sound of air being torn apart. Even the disciples 20 meters away could feel the sharp aura that filled the air, causing their skin to feel a slight prickling pain. I can't dodge it. Chu Mu was extremely shocked in his heart. Xiao Qianfeng's absolute kill of 1,000 edges actually made him feel that he couldn't dodge it, even if he used wind walk with all his strength. Not only was it fast, it was also strong. It was incomparably strong, so strong that it made people tremble, so strong that it made people tremble. It was as if under this sword, all living things were ants, and they didn't even know if they were alive or dead. Since I can't dodge it, then, I'll just destroy it. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu withdrew the aura around his body. His will, spirit, soul, body, and sword were synchronized, and a sonorous chant seemed to resound in his mind. A swordsman should be sharp, fearless, unyielding, unforgiving, and without regrets. With only the sword in my hand, I'll cut through all obstacles, shatter all obstacles, and reach the other shore. Majestic, vast, sharp, domineering, and fierce. Chu Mu's figure instantly became 10 times larger, like a sword that could hold up the heavens, standing on the ground, pointing straight at the dome of heaven, as if it wanted to break through the clouds and reach the peak. The seemingly endless faint golden sword aura that rushed over suddenly paused, as if it was smoke that was blown by the wind, quickly dissipating. Xiao Qianfeng's sharp sword that broke through the air also paused in an instant. He only felt as if his vision darkened, and then Chu Mu's figure suddenly increased in size, standing before him like a giant that could not be matched, could not be surpassed, and could only be looked up at. That extremely powerful aura almost suffocated him. His own aura became sluggish and stagnant, unable to flow, and its power was greatly reduced. The faint golden light that flowed on the 100 refined sword was broken, unable to be repaired and dissipated. Xiao Qianfeng's figure was also unable to continue forward after pausing, and could only fall to the ground. His heartbeat sped up by 2 times, but his 4 limbs were somewhat weak, and he could only barely stand. And at this moment, that terrifying aura that was like looking up at a mountain disappeared, as if it had never appeared. It felt like a dream. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 90. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng were 3 meters apart. They held their swords and faced each other. Both of their faces were slightly pale, and exhaustion spread in their eyes. However, there was also an unprecedented brilliance brewing in the depths of their eyes. The 2 of them didn't speak. It was as if they had become statues that stood there since ancient times. They didn't move at all, and not even a trace of wind blew. The light green and light gold on the swords in their hands quickly dissipated like smoke. Kacha-kacha, astonishing, shattering sounds continuously rang out. Cracks appeared on the swords in Chu Mu's and Xiao Qianfeng's hands. They quickly spread from the sword guard to the sword tip and shattered. Clanging sounds continuously rang out. That was the sound of broken swords falling to the ground one after another. They collided with the hard sword platform and countless sparks flew out. Pieces of broken swords jumped and rolled in all directions before returning to silence. Only the sword hilts remained in Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng's hands. The shattering and colliding sounds woke everyone up. It was as if they had awoken from a dream. Their faces were filled with astonishment. The swords shattered. What happened? It seems like something extraordinary happened just now. The disciples were all astonished and puzzled. In that instant, the death of 1,000 edges and half-step sword force had exceeded the scope of their understanding. It had exceeded the height that their thoughts could reach. It had exceeded their understanding of the world of swordsmen. Only the Qi transformation realm experts had serious expressions. In their hearts, they were incomparably shocked. In that instant, they all wondered if they were dreaming. They actually saw something that even Qi transformation realm experts might not be able to grasp from two sword Qi transformation realm disciples. Who won? Suddenly a disciple said, "Yeah, who won?" The attention of many disciples was diverted. They all swept their gazes over Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. They were filled with doubt as they wanted to see who won. "I don't know. It looks like a draw. Look, their swords are all broken." Li Yi, Yu Wenhua, and Wang Tingo looked at each other. They were confused because they didn't know what had happened. They just felt that it was terrifying. He subconsciously looked at Luo Tianxiong. He felt that Luo Tianxiong should be able to tell who was the victor between the two. However, Luo Tianxiong did not say a word. Luo Yuling sat beside Luo Tianxiong, blinking her eyes curiously. "I used 120% of my strength to unleash a killing move that I have yet to master perfectly, but I was still unable to defeat you." Xiao Qianfeng's lips moved, and he spoke slowly with a slightly weak voice. "Now, I already don't have the strength to continue fighting, and I'm already barely able to stand. I've lost this sword battle." Chu Mu didn't say anything. He just nodded slightly. Indeed, Chu Mu still had strength left. Even though using half-step sword force made him feel exhausted and the sword in his hand was broken, he could still fight. Victory or defeat is only temporary. I need more time. 10 years later, let's fight again. Xiao Qianfeng said. His exhaustion couldn't hide his sharpness. He was extremely fierce and filled with anticipation. He believed that in 10 years, even if he couldn't completely absorb the inheritance, he could at least absorb a part of it and use it for himself. He could truly unleash its power. "All right, 10 years later, no matter where we are," Chu Mu said. His tone was filled with anticipation and determination. For some reason, the people who heard their conversation felt a deep sense of anticipation in their hearts. 10 years later, I must see the battle between senior brother Chu and senior brother Xiao. Me too. Many disciples vowed solemnly. I have a suggestion. 10 years from today, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng's battle will be held in our sect. Luo Tianxiong said in a clear voice. His voice was filled with a strong aura that shook the surroundings. All right, this elder feels that sect leader's suggestion is very good. Immediately, a main hall elder agreed. Actually, this was Luo Tianxiong's own thoughts, but it was for the sake of the entire Azure Sharp Sword sect. Judging from Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng's performance, 10 years later, they would definitely be experts of the Qi transformation realm. Their sword techniques would be even more astonishing. Their battle would be held in the Azure Sharp Sword sect, which would definitely be of great benefit to the sect. Chu Mu, Xiao Qianfeng, what do you think of the sect leader's suggestion? The referee elder appeared on the sword discourse arena and swept his gaze across the two of them. His tone was gentle, as if he was discussing something. All right, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng did not refuse. After he finished speaking, Xiao Qianfeng slightly nodded towards Chu Mu with a trace of a smile on his face. He was filled with anticipation for the battle 10 years later. He then turned around and slowly walked down the sword discourse arena. His steps seemed to be swaying, but there was also a kind of determination. The referee elder watched Xiao Qianfeng's departing figure until he slowly walked up the sword observation platform. He then turned to look at the crowd. This is the most exciting sword battle that this elder has ever seen in his life, the referee elder slowly said. Many people nodded in agreement. Soon after, the referee elder's gaze turned towards Chu Mu. There was a kind smile in his eyes, and his tone became even gentler. Congratulations, Chu Mu! You have obtained first place in the 33rd Qingfeng sword competition of the Azure Sharp Sword Sect. Your name will be recorded in the history of the Azure Sharp Sword Sect. Clap, clap, clap. The disciples of the Soaring Wind Courtyard all applauded, and the impact was great. Everyone started clapping, and the sound of clapping shook the inner sword training grounds. It was extremely lively. At this moment, no matter if it was the disciples of the 3 courtyards or the main hall, all of them were cheering for Chu Mu from the bottom of their hearts. When the applause gradually died down, the referee elder raised his hands and looked around. He was in high spirits. The first and second place of this year's Qingfeng sword competition is already clear. They are Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng, but there is still a third place. The referee elder said in a clear voice, "The third place will be between Li Yi and Wang Tingo. Now, let's invite Li Yi and Xiao Qianfeng to come up to the stage and decide the victor." Wait. Suddenly, Luo Tianxiong stood up and raised his hands high. Everyone's gaze fell on him. I have another suggestion. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng have appeared out of nowhere and are extremely talented. However, Li Yi, Yu Wenhua, and Wang Tingo are also extremely talented. Therefore, this time, I feel that any one of the 5 of them should be nurtured by our sect. Therefore, I suggest that Li Yi, Yu Wenhua, and Wang Tingo share the third place. 10 days later, they will enter the Azure Peak cave together to comprehend the Azure Peak sword steel. What do you think, sect masters and elders? The sect master is right. I feel that the sect master's suggestion is very reasonable. The sect master is wise. Li Yi, Yu Wenhua, and Wang Tingo were all pleasantly surprised, especially Yu Wenhua and Wang Tingo. They felt as if they had been hit by a meat pie and they were a little dizzy. Then, the 33rd Qingfeng sword competition came to an end. The 33rd Qingfeng sword competition of the Qingfeng sword sect had come to an end. During the closing ceremony, the referee elder said a few words. After that, the sect master of the Qingfeng sword sect, Luo Tianxiong, flew to the circular sword platform and stood upright. He looked like a huge sword pointing to the sky, and his aura was majestic and domineering. Luo Tianxiong scanned the crowd and began to speak as well. The content of his speech was similar to what the adjudicating elder had said, but coming from the mouth of the sect master, it had a completely different flavor. His speech was even more impassioned and agitated, such that even the elders couldn't help but feel excited, let alone the disciples. Every single one of them looked as if they wanted nothing more than to sacrifice their lives for the Qingfeng sword sect. Luo Tianxiong's speech, which lasted for a quarter of an hour, was full of energy and extraordinary. It highlighted how extraordinary he was as the sect master. The excited hearts of the disciples gradually calmed down. They felt that they hadn't had enough, but they also felt that it was a feast for their eyes. Chu Mu, Xiao Qianfeng, Li Yi, Yu Wenhua, Wang Tingo. Luo Tianxiong paused for a moment before calling out these 5 names. He looked at them with a serious expression. The 5 of you are all heaven-defying geniuses. Even if you were placed in a middle-grade sword sect, you would stand out among the disciples. This is especially true for Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. Even if you were placed in a high-grade sword sect, you would still be outstanding. It is the fortune of the Qingfeng sword sect to have the 5 of you. Li Yi and the other 2 revealed excited expressions when they heard this. A light flashed in Xiao Qianfeng's eyes, and Chu Mu's expression didn't change. His mind was incomparably firm. Although the Qingfeng sword sect is only a low-grade sword sect, it still has some power. The 5 of you, remember this. The Qingfeng sword sect is your home, your support. If anyone wants to deal with you, they will have to deal with the Qingfeng sword sect first. Luo Tianxiong's voice became loud and cold. Even Chu Mu couldn't help but feel shocked. Not to mention the entire ancient sword continent, the Qingfeng sword sect wasn't even ranked in the Li province. It was just an ordinary sect among the many sword sections. It didn't matter if Luo Tianxiong would be able to do what he said in the future. At this moment, no one doubted his determination. Similarly, when the 5 of you grow up and become truly powerful swordsmen, you will also become the support of the Qingfeng sword sect. Because of your existence, the Qingfeng sword sect will become even stronger. Luo Tianxiong continued, his voice becoming louder and louder. His gaze shifted from Chu Mu's group of 5 to the numerous disciples. His eyes were filled with encouragement. The same goes for all of you. Although in terms of talent, you may not be as good as Chu Mu's group of 5, as swordsmen, you should have a fearless heart. Advance bravely, never retreat. Never give up and never give up. Uphold the spirit of swordsmen and the spirit of the Qingfeng sword sect. Unite as one, and one day you will also become powerful swordsmen and become the support of the Qingfeng sword sect. At this moment, the many disciples felt their blood boiling. They couldn't wait to shed their blood for the Qingfeng sword sect. The sect master is wise. The sect master is mighty. The disciples roared, their voices like a tidal wave. Chu Mu could see that regardless of Luo Tianxiong's cultivation or sword skills, just this move alone was enough for him to become the sect master and develop the Qingfeng sword sect. Such a person had the bearing of an ambitious and ruthless person. After the clamor gradually died down, Luo Tianxiong looked at one of the people on the sword observation platform. Elder Luo, please go to the treasury and retrieve 2 fake swords, Luo Tianxiong instructed. Sect master, I'll go right away. A middle-aged man about the same age as Luo Tianxiong stood up. His appearance was somewhat similar to Luo Tianxiong's, and he turned into a sharp arrow and shot away with a hearty laugh. Fake swords. Chu Mu and many other disciples had the same doubts in their minds. Only the sect masters and elders revealed a look of understanding. Not long after, Elder Luo returned and flew towards the circular platform. When he landed, he was holding a sword in each hand. Everyone's gaze fell on the 2 swords. The 2 swords were in their scabbards, but the style of the swords was different from ordinary swords. They were similar to the Han swords on Earth that Chu Mu was familiar with. The carvings on the scabbards were more exquisite and simple, like cloud patterns and ancient seals. The scabbards of the 2 swords, one was light green and the other was light gold. It was obvious that Elder Luo had specially chosen them. Chu Mu, Xiao Qianfeng, your swords were shattered because they couldn't withstand your sword qi. This also means that ordinary swords are no longer suitable for you to use. Luo Tianxiong took the 2 swords from Elder Luo and handed them to Chu Mu, one on the left and one on the right. These 2 fake swords are 2 of the few fake swords in our sect's collection. Now, I will give them to you as an additional reward for this year's sword battle gathering. I hope that these 2 swords can fully display your strength. And I also hope that the 2 of you can use these 2 swords to cut through all obstacles and advance courageously. A good sword was very attractive to both swordsmen and swordmasters. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng's eyes lit up at the same time, and they accepted the 2 swords without hesitation. Chu Mu took the light green one, and Xiao Qianfeng naturally took the light gold one. Thank you, sect master. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng immediately saluted Luo Tianxiong with their swords. Then they grasped the hilts of their swords and slowly pulled them out. A dazzling light shot out, sharp and cold like autumn water. It was so bright and dazzling that it was almost dazzling. Upon closer inspection, Chu Mu's sword was light green, and Xiao Qianfeng's sword was light gold. The two swords each had their own characteristics. The surrounding disciples and Li Yi and the other two narrowed their eyes as they stared at the swords in Chu Mu's and Xiao Qianfeng's hands. They only felt that the sword light was a little dazzling, and they couldn't look at it for too long. Otherwise, their eyes would hurt and tear up. They were very envious in their hearts. Although they didn't know what fake swords were, they felt that they were extraordinary. However, he felt that these two swords were extremely extraordinary. They were definitely not something that the 100 refined swords in their hands could compare to. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng looked at them and couldn't bear to put them down. Especially Chu Mu, who used the sword observation technique to examine them carefully. He was even more surprised at how extraordinary these swords were. The difference between them and the 100 refined swords was like the difference between the 100 refined swords and the fine steel swords. After a long while, the two reluctantly sheathed their swords. How is it? These two swords, one is called the fake clear wind sword, and the other is called the fake cold edge sword. Luo Tianxiong saw Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng's expressions and actions and laughed out loud. Are you satisfied? Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng nodded repeatedly, extremely satisfied. Yes. Luo Tianxiong also nodded and looked around with his hands behind his back. I hereby announce that the 33rd Qingfeng Sword Sect Grand Sword Battle Festival has come to a successful end. Let us look forward to the next one. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 91. The 33rd Qingfeng Sword Battle Festival had come to an end. However, this year's sword fighting gathering was not only discussed enthusiastically by the sword faction disciples, it was also discussed enthusiastically by the various elders and sect masters. The center of their discussion was naturally Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. Regardless of whether it was Chu Mu or Xiao Qianfeng, they had both displayed heavenly talents that they could only look up to. There was a saying that went like this: when you are only a little better than others, others will be dissatisfied, hostile, and even jealous. However, when you are far better than others, all that is left is to look up to you, and they can only look up to you. What is a pseudo-sword? A pseudo-sword is a weapon that is between a 100 refinement sword and a true sword. A sword has a unique spirituality and is extraordinarily powerful. Compared to a 100 refinement sword, the difference is like heaven and earth. Not only does a sword surpass a 100 refinement sword in terms of hardness, toughness, and sharpness, it also contains a special characteristic that a 100 refinement sword does not possess, which is the so-called spirituality. A sword is made for swordsmen of the Qi transformation realm and above. A 100 refinement sword is simply unable to withstand a Qi transformation realm swordsman's Xiantian sword Qi. A pseudo-sword may be able to withstand it, but it is unable to fully display the power of the Xiantian sword Qi. Only a sword can withstand the Xiantian sword Qi and fully display the power of the Xiantian sword Qi. It can even increase the power of the Xiantian sword Qi to a certain extent. For swordsmen of the sword Qi realm, their sword Qi is Hotian sword Qi and is not enough to activate a sword. Thus, a 100 refinement sword is the best choice. However, once one's cultivation reaches the 10th stage and can condense sword Qi, the 100 refinement sword will no longer be able to withstand it. At this time, an even stronger sword is required. The solution is often to strengthen the 100 refinement sword. The better choice is naturally a pseudo-sword. especially for swordsmen of the half-step Qi transformation realm. Their sword Qi is pure and is between Hotian sword Qi and Xiantian sword Qi. Only a pseudo-sword can withstand it. This pseudo-sword of yours, the pseudo-clear wind sword, was forged based on the low-rank sword, the clear wind sword. In terms of strength and sharpness, it is not inferior to the clear wind sword by much, but it lacks the spirituality of the clear wind sword. The words of the High Wind Palm Academy echoed in Chu Mu's mind. Only then did he feel that another door to the world of swordsmen had opened before his eyes. There were endless mysteries. In the pavilion, on the balcony, Chu Mu held the white silk cloth in his left hand and the fake clear wind sword in his right. Footsteps could be heard as Li Wei jogged over. Senior brother, eldest senior brother, sent someone to invite senior brother over for a small gathering. Li Wei glanced at the fake clear wind sword and felt that it was a little dazzling. She quickly retracted her gaze and looked at Chu Mu's back. She felt a slight throb in her heart. It seemed to be a kind of inexplicable good feeling. However, because of the huge gap between them, it was firmly suppressed and sealed in a corner. She could only stand behind and watch silently. Okay. Chu Mu put down the white silk cloth and carefully lifted it from the sword guard. His line of sight flowed like water towards the sword tip. Soon after, he waved his hand and the sword flashed. A faint cyan color flowed in the air, as if a cool breeze was blowing. A melodious sound rang out as the sword was sheathed. Chu Mu got up, looked at Li Wei, smiled, and went downstairs. In the pavilion, there was already an 8th-level disciple waiting to lead the way. The mountain road was rugged, and the mountain wind was blowing. There were few sparse pine trees around, growing in the wind. A figure was walking quickly. This was one of the many small peaks in Qinglan Mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, there were 4 people sitting. Junior brother, you are late. Drink a cup as punishment. A voice that carried a faint smile and sounded like white clouds drifting away rang out. Immediately after, there was the sound of wind breaking. Chu Mu saw a shadow break through the air and fly over. Surprisingly, it was a small wine cup. He reached out his left hand and pinched the small wine cup with his thumb and index finger. There was a cup full of mellow wine inside, emitting an intoxicating fragrance. With a slight smile, Chu Mu didn't decline. He poured a cup into his mouth and flicked his finger. The small wine cup shot out and landed on the stone table in the pavilion, where it remained motionless. Good. Everyone clapped and laughed. He took a step forward, and as if he was blown away by the wind, he came to the pavilion and sat down on the empty stone chairs. There were 5 stone chairs, corresponding to 5 people. Besides Chu Mu, there were Xiao Qianfeng, Li Yi, Yuan Wenhua, and Wang Tingo. Xiao Qianfeng had a cold and sharp personality. He was a man of few words, and usually did not smile. He was a typical swordsman. Li Yi was as relaxed as the clouds. Yuan Wenhua had a strong and domineering personality. He was very confident and open-minded. Wang Tingo was also a man of few words. He was straightforward and always meant what he said. In this year's Qingfeng Sword Battle Festival, after a round of fighting, it could be said that friendship grew from fighting. Although Li Yi, Yuan Wenhua, and Wang Tingo were defeated by Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng, they were not jealous or resentful. Instead, they admired Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng and took the initiative to befriend them. The 3 of them had different personalities and extraordinary temperaments. Chu Mu saw them as people worthy of befriending. Therefore, he did not reject their good intentions. Xiao Qianfeng was now an elite disciple of the main palace. Although he was a swordsman, he was not someone who did not know the ways of the world. He also expressed his goodwill to the 3 of them. Therefore, in the past few days, when they were not cultivating, the 5 of them would gather here from time to time. They would drink a little, talk about their swordsmanship, talk about their own ideas, and discuss various problems in cultivation. As the saying goes, there is always someone to learn from. In terms of swordsmanship, Chu Mu was the best among the 5 of them. However, it did not mean that Chu Mu was the one who knew the most. Xiao Qianfeng had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Li Yi and the other 2's cultivations were far superior to Chu Mu's. Moreover, they had experienced a lot and were knowledgeable. During the discussion, Chu Mu also gained some benefits. Not only did his horizons broaden, but he also gradually understood the bottleneck between the peak of Stage 8 and Stage 9. Junior brother, when I fought with you that day, my state of mind was disturbed. After a few days of settling down and adjusting, not only did my state of mind adjust, but my swordsmanship also improved a little. Li Yi drank a cup of wine and suddenly stood up. He smiled and said, "Today, I will show you what I have learned. Junior brothers, please comment on it. Senior brother, please." As he spoke, Li Yi had already walked out of the pavilion. His sword cloud moved, complementing the white clouds outside the mountain. In this way, drinking a little wine, discussing together, and comparing notes with each other was more effective than cultivating on their own. How pleasant! I have stolen half a day of leisure, wine, sword, and friends. Yuan Wenhua suddenly sighed and poured a cup of wine into his mouth. Then he laughed and drew his sword with a clang. He leaped into the air, somersaulting a few times before shooting out. His sword seemed to come from beyond the heavens, piercing towards Li Yi. At the same time he shouted, "Take this, senior brother." What a nice half a day of leisure, wine, sword, and friends! Chu Mu and the other 2 clapped and laughed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The weather was even colder. As usual, Chu Mu woke up early. Under the hazy night sky, the biting cold wind blew as he sat on the balcony, cultivating the Zhongyuan sword chi art. He was already at the peak of the 8th stage, and if he broke through, he would be at the 9th stage. However, Chu Mu's sword chi cultivation was basically supported by the chi refining pill, so it was more or less unstable. Right now, he was constantly moving the sword chi, not hoping to break through, but only to purify the sword chi and eliminate the side effects of the pill, so that it could completely stabilize. At that time, it would be safer to break through to the 9th stage. As for the sharpness of the pseudo-clear breeze sword, Chu Mu had tried it before. When he clashed with the 100 Refinements sword, the 100 Refinements sword was directly pierced through, and when the 3 swords slashed at the same place, the pseudo-clear breeze sword was not damaged at all, and the 100 Refinements sword broke. After completing the 24 great cycles, the sword chi became even purer. Chu Mu headed to the Wind Sword Discourse Arena to cultivate his sword arts. Although the cold was deep and the sky was still a little hazy, when Chu Mu arrived at the Wind Sword Discourse Arena, he discovered that there were already 60 to 70 disciples practicing their swords on the Sword Discourse Arena. Seeing that Chu Mu had arrived, the disciples all stopped and saluted to Chu Mu. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable passion and worship, causing the cold to immediately disperse. Following that, under the sincere request of the many disciples, Chu Mu led everyone to practice the soaring wind sword technique. In an instant, the disciples on the Sword Discourse Arena consciously stood in an orderly manner, practicing their swords together. The scene was extremely spectacular, and the atmosphere was extremely good. He had already cultivated the soaring wind swordsmanship to perfection, so it was a piece of cake for him to guide his disciples. After a round of guidance, all the disciples felt that they had gained something. Some of the doubts that they could not figure out in the past were suddenly enlightened, and they were extremely grateful to Chu Mu. He did not stay on the Sword Discourse Arena for long, because today he had more important things to do. Chu Mu said a few words, then sheathed his sword and left the Sword Discourse Arena, heading towards the Soaring Wind sect. 2 figures left the Soaring Wind courtyard and headed towards the main hall. You are the champion of this year's Qingfeng sword competition, so you have 3 days to comprehend the Qingfeng sword steel. Make good use of it. The Soaring Wind sect advised as they walked. Yes, sect leader, since comprehending the Qingfeng sword steel is of great benefit, why doesn't the sword sect allow more disciples to comprehend it? Chu Mu asked. The conditions are limited. There's nothing we can do about it. The Soaring Wind sect smiled and said, the entrance to the Azure Sharp Cave is hidden in the void and will only appear once every 3 years. After it appears, the number of people entering each time cannot exceed 5. Otherwise, the Azure Sharp Cave will not be able to withstand it and collapse. In the past, after every sword competition, other than the top 3, there would also be 2 elders or the sect leader who would enter to comprehend it together. But this time, the 5 of you are all very outstanding. Therefore, the sect leader decided to give up 2 spots and let the 5 of you enter together. As for us, to be honest, we have already entered once or twice. Other than the first time, we reaped a lot of benefits. The second time we entered, we basically didn't gain much. The third time we entered, it was almost negligible. In addition, every time the Azure Sharp Cave opens, it consumes a lot of energy. It can't support everyone for 3 days, so we can only adjust the length of time. After it closes, it will take 3 years to replenish it. Chu Mu nodded in realization. So there was such a mystery in the Azure Sharp Cave. An hour later, he came to the main hall with the Soaring Wind sect leader and met up with Xiao Qianfeng, Li Yi, and the others. Under the lead of sect leader Luo Tianxiong, they headed to the Azure Sharp Cave. As an important place of the Azure Sharp Sword sect, ordinary people were naturally not allowed to approach. With Luo Tianxiong in the lead, Chu Mu and the other 4 followed closely. Luo Yuling stood at the side and watched. She stared at Chu Mu, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Her pink lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but couldn't. She could only watch as Chu Mu left. The Soaring Wind sect leader glanced at Luo Yuling and secretly smiled. He shook his head, slightly. He was an experienced person and could naturally see some clues. He couldn't help but feel pity. After interacting with Chu Mu many times, the Soaring Wind sect leader could see that Chu Mu was not the kind of person who was obsessed with love. In his eyes, there was only the sword and the way of the sword. Everything else was secondary. At least it was for now. As for what would happen in the future, no one could be sure. The entrance to the Azure Sharp Cave was located in the basement of the Azure Sharp main hall. There were 3 checkpoints, and the last one was sealed with a heavy steel door. Even a Qi transformation realm expert wouldn't be able to break through. Moreover, there were 2 old men guarding this place. When Chu Mu's gaze fell on the 2 old men, he only felt a faint, obscure fluctuation. They seemed to be old, but in fact, their bodies contained powerful and majestic sword qi. Chu Mu intuitively felt that the cultivation of these 2 old men was stronger than the Qi transformation realm experts he had seen so far. Luo Tianxiong greets the 2 grand elders. Luo Tianxiong respectfully saluted the 2 old men. Chu Mu and the others were secretly surprised. They were actually grand elders. No wonder Luo Tianxiong was so respectful. The old men slowly opened their eyes. They were turbid, without the slightest light, but they made people feel that there was a hidden depth. Their gazes moved away from Luo Tianxiong and fell on Chu Mu and the others. Immediately, Chu Mu and the other 4 felt as if their bodies were bound by an invisible force. In that instant, they couldn't breathe, and their thoughts seemed to have stopped. Grand Elder, the 5 of them are the most outstanding disciples of our sect in this sword battle festival. Originally, only the top 3 disciples were allowed to enter the Azure Edge cave to comprehend the Azure Edge sword steel. Luo Tianxiong hurriedly explained, pointing at Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. But this time, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng appeared out of nowhere and displayed even more extraordinary talent. They obtained 1st and 2nd place, so I made the decision without permission to let Chu Mu and the other 2 obtain 3rd place and enter the Azure Edge cave to comprehend the sword steel together. I seek Grand Elder's permission. The gazes of the 2 old men fell heavily on Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng, causing Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng to feel an indescribable pressure. They were completely unable to resist, so much so that they couldn't even muster up the thought of resisting. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng's expressions changed greatly. Their hearts beat 3 times faster. Their blood vessels almost burst. Their eyes glared angrily. Their sharpness condensed. Although they were like ants trying to shake a tree, they were unyielding, and uncompromising. Boundless sharpness appeared on Xiao Qianfeng's body once again, while half-step sword force condensed on Chu Mu's body. In an instant, the 2 old men closed their eyes. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng only felt that all the pressure on their bodies had disappeared. Just as they were about to resist with all their strength, it was as if they had punched cotton. The emptiness made them feel even more uncomfortable. Their chests swelled up, making it difficult for them to breathe. It took them a while to adjust. The 2 old men each pointed a finger from their sleeves as fast as lightning, shooting out 2 rays of sword chi that struck a certain spot on the roof of the secret underground room. In an instant, a creaking sound rang out. The heavy steel door slowly moved to the side, revealing a pitch-black entrance. Wait a little longer. Luo Tianxiong stared at the entrance and said softly. Time slowly passed. This place made Chu Mu and the other feel somewhat oppressed. And the source of this pressure was the 2 old men. It's here. Luo Tianxiong's tone contained a trace of excitement, and a bright light flickered in his eyes. Chu Mu and the others looked over, only to see layers of ripples suddenly appear in the darkness behind the steel door. It was as if a stone had fallen into a calm water surface. The 5 of you can enter now. Luo Tianxiong said, When the time comes, I will remind you. Chu Mu and the others were filled with excitement and curiosity as they walked towards the Azure Edge Cave. They stepped into the cave and disappeared. Thank you for your trouble, Grand Elders. Luo Tianxiong once again performed a sword salute, looked at the steel door that was slowly closing, and turned to leave. I didn't expect that someone would actually obtain the inheritance of the Way of the Sword. This is truly shocking. As for the other one, I can't see through him. 2 old voices slowly rang out, echoing in the secret underground room before it gradually returned to silence. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 92. This is the Azure Edge Cave? What a magical place. Wang Tingo's eyes shone brightly as he looked around and whispered. Chu Mu and the others' eyes also shone brightly as they were shocked by this place. The Azure Edge Cave, as its name suggested, seemed to be a cave. When they entered the entrance of the ripples, it was as if they had stepped through water and appeared here directly. It was very magical. The cave didn't look big, and there was no light source, making it very dark. However, Chu Mu and the others could clearly feel that there were wisps of pure spirit chi floating in the air like smoke. With a casual breath, they could feel wisps of coolness entering their bodies, nourishing their flesh and blood. It was very comfortable, making them feel much more energetic and clear-headed. Even though they could feel the presence of spirit chi, they couldn't absorb it. This was because sword chi cultivators in the sword chi realm cultivated acquired sword chi, which was the development of their bodies' chi and blood potential. Only when they broke through to the chi transformation realm could they communicate with heaven and earth, absorb the spirit chi in the air, and transform it into innate sword chi. However, Chu Mu felt that if he mobilized the external sword aura, its might would definitely be several times stronger than in the outside world. This was because the spirit aura here was more than 10 times richer and purer than the spirit aura in the outside world. Don't waste time. Quickly find the Azure Edge sword steel and comprehend it. Xiao Qianfeng suddenly shouted. Yes, our time is limited. Li Yi and the others quickly reacted. As for Chu Mu, he walked forward as soon as Xiao Qianfeng spoke. The Azure Edge cave wasn't big. After the 5 of them walked a dozen meters, they saw a towering steel emitting a faint light. It was like a halo that attracted their attention. The steel was 2 meters tall and looked like half of a huge sword that was buried underground and pierced out of the ground. It was covered in rust. However, when Chu-Mu and the others approached, they could feel traces of restrained sharpness from it. Just a trace of it was enough to make their skin tingle. If it was released, how earth-shattering would it be? The 5 of them quickly chose a spot 2 meters away from the azure edge sword steel and sat down cross-legged. No one spoke again. Everyone's attention was focused on the azure edge sword steel. They narrowed their eyes and stared at it as if they wanted to see something. Chu-Mu's eye sword was Deshang's, so he could see more clearly than others. This dim light did not affect his eyes at all. The green edge sword steel looked to be 2 meters tall, half a meter wide, and as thick as a palm. Its base color was green, but it was not the green color of wind. Instead, it was the green color of metal. It contained a cold and sharp aura. Perhaps because of its age, there were some rust-like things scattered around it, covering most of its sharpness. After sweeping his eyes over the entire monument, Chu-Mu's gaze fell on the marks on the entire sword monument. Perhaps it was natural. There were a total of 5 lines from top to bottom. The middle one was the longest, the left and right 2 were the middle ones, and the outermost 2 were the shortest. It was very neat and orderly. The spirit aura in Qingfeng Cave seemed to cause Chu-Mu and the others' minds to become even clearer. Their train of thought was clear, and they didn't have any distracting thoughts. They easily entered a strange state where they didn't have any distracting thoughts. They only focused on the 5 marks, as if it was an instinct. The 5 marks are long and short. Should I comprehend 5 or one of them? Such a thought popped into everyone's minds. Chu-Mu tried to look at the marks one by one. He felt that he had comprehended something from looking at the 5 marks. However, he didn't know what he had comprehended, and if he changed it back and forth, it would have some kind of effect on him. As expected, I still have to focus on one. Chu-Mu thought to himself as he stared at the longest mark in the middle. His eyes narrowed slightly and he didn't blink at all. The reason why the High Wind Palm Academy didn't tell Chu-Mu what to do after entering the Azure Edge Cave was because everyone was different. His method might not be suitable for the other party. Everything still needed to be explored by himself. In a trance, Chu-Mu only felt his soul tremble slightly. Everything around him faded away, becoming unreal and falling into darkness. In front of him, there was only the Azure Edge sword steel. The entire Azure Edge sword steel seemed to be floating in the dark void, majestic and motionless. Chu-Mu stood in front of the Azure Edge sword steel, facing the sword steel directly. His gaze fell on the mark in the middle of the sword steel. The 4 marks beside it quietly disappeared. The same situation appeared on Xiao Qianfeng, Li Yi, Yuan Wenhua, and Wang Tingo. They were surprised to find that everything around them had disappeared, as if the world had been swallowed by darkness. Only the Azure Edge sword steel was eternal. According to the High Wind Palm Academy, comprehending the Azure Edge sword steel gave one a 5% chance of comprehending the concept of metal, a 10% chance of comprehending a high-level sword skill, and a 30% chance of comprehending a mid-level metal sword skill. Li Yi, Yuan Wenhua, and Wang Tingo felt that their talent was not bad, but they didn't dare to dream of comprehending the concept of metal. This was because the 5% chance seemed to be a matter of luck, but in reality, it depended on one's talent and comprehension. Without these 2, especially comprehension, there was no chance of comprehending the concept of metal, let alone the 5% chance. The 5% chance was for those with sufficient comprehension, so their goal was to comprehend the metal sword skill. Their first choice was naturally the high-level metal sword skill, but the 10% chance was actually not high, and the possibility of comprehending it was very low. On the other hand, the probability of comprehending a mid-level metal sword skill was 30%, which was obviously much higher. But looking at the entire history of the Azure Edge sword sect, there weren't many people who had entered the Azure Edge cave to comprehend the Azure Edge sword steel. They didn't even make up a third of the total. As for the other 2/3, it couldn't be said that they didn't gain anything. At the very least, their knowledge had increased, and their realm had increased a little. When they cultivated metal sword skills in the future, it would be easier for them than ordinary swordsmen. And among those who gained something, most of them comprehended a mid-level metal sword skill. A few of them were able to comprehend a high-level metal sword skill, which was already very impressive. As for the concept of metal, in the entire history of the Azure Edge sword sect, only one person had comprehended it. It was also because of this that Li Yi and the other two didn't dare to have extravagant hopes of comprehending the concept of metal, because it was too difficult and too unfathomable. They set their sights on metal sword skills. It would be best if they could comprehend an advanced metal sword skill. Otherwise, it would be good to comprehend an intermediate metal sword skill. After all, there was a difference between comprehending one's own sword skill and cultivating the sword skills left behind by others. A sword skill comprehended by oneself would be easier to use, and it would be easier for Deshang to reach perfection. There was even the possibility of further improvement. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng were different. They came for the concept of metal. Of course, this didn't mean that they would definitely be able to comprehend the concept of metal, especially Chu Mu. A talented swordsman could comprehend concept, and that was very impressive. However, Chu Mu had comprehended too, and his wind concept had even reached 30%. Under such circumstances, the probability of comprehending the concept of metal wasn't just 5%, but even lower. In theory, Xiao Qianfeng had a higher chance of comprehending the concept of metal than Chu Mu, but the actual result was still to be seen. Recommended book by a friend, Urban Special Superpower, Invincible Spirit Cultivator. Currently over 600,000 words can be killed. If you like this book, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 93. In Chu Mu's eyes, the sword steel floating in the dark void suddenly emitted an intense golden light. The golden light was like sharp swords shooting out in all directions. The dark void was directly torn apart, and the entire void turned golden. Like sharp swords, the golden light shot forward with an irresistible force, sweeping through the void in all directions. Even Chu Mu was unable to dodge and was directly shot past. In an instant, the entire void turned into a golden ocean. The emerald edge sword steel disappeared, and Chu Mu's entire body seemed to be swallowed by the golden ocean without a trace. A day has already passed. It's time to call those 3 little guys out. One of the 2 old men guarding the entrance of the Emerald Edge cave said slowly, "Yes." The other one softly replied, and then fell silent again. The tempered steel door slowly opened. At the same time, Li Yi, Yuan Huihua, and Wang Tingo heard an old voice in their ears. "Little guys, your time is up. It's time to come out." Li Yi and the other 2 couldn't help but tremble. They only felt their consciousness change, as if they were passing through a space-time tunnel and returning to their bodies. They suddenly woke up. In an instant, a sharp, faint golden light flashed past their eyes, and then they returned to silence. A day has already passed. They let out a sigh, and then glanced at Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng, who were motionless with their eyes closed. The 3 of them reluctantly stood up and walked away, and then turned back to look at the Emerald Edge sword steel. In the underground secret room, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the Emerald Edge cave. "Thank you, Supreme Elders." Li Yi and the other 2 bowed to the 2 old men, but the 2 old men didn't move at all. They stood there like corpses with their eyes closed, but in reality they were cultivating. "Let's go." The 3 of them didn't mind and turned to walk out. The door of the underground secret room automatically opened. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, what did you guys find? Wang Tingo asked as soon as they were outside. Li Yi shook his head slightly, and there was a look of regret on his face. He let out a long sigh and said, "What a pity. If I had another day, I would definitely be able to comprehend an intermediate metal attribute sword skill. The time was too short, so I didn't gain much." "Me too." Wang Tingo also had a look of pity on his face as he sighed. "But at least I didn't waste such a great opportunity. The enlightenment I gained this time is enough to make it easier for me to cultivate the gold attribute swordsmanship in the future. Moreover, because of this enlightenment, I feel that my swordsmanship has an additional edge of gold attribute and it is even more powerful." Li Yi and Wang Tingo's gains were the same. This was to be expected. Firstly, it was due to their insight. Secondly, it was due to the short amount of time they had. Thirdly, it was due to the fact that their main path was not the metal path. "Looks like I'm luckier than eldest senior brother and third junior brother. I barely managed to comprehend a mid-level metal type sword skill," Yu Wenming said. "However, I still need a few months to perfect it." "Yes, second junior brother. You mainly cultivate the metal sword chi art and the metal attribute sword skill. The comprehension of the emerald edge sword steel is also of the metal attribute. Naturally, it will complement each other." Li Yi nodded. He was a little envious, but he quickly regained his composure. Ever since the battle with Chu Mu, his mental state had been disturbed. After adjusting, his mental state had reached a higher level and it wouldn't be affected so easily. "I wonder what Xiao Qianfeng and Chu Mu comprehended?" Wang Tingo suddenly asked with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. "The two of them are monsters." Yu Wenhua laughed and said, "I reckon that an intermediate metal attribute sword skill is nothing to them. It is very likely that they will comprehend an advanced metal attribute sword skill." "That's what I thought too," Li Yi said with a smile. "Do you think—" A strange expression suddenly appeared in Wang Tingo's eyes and face. "Will one of them comprehend the metal attribute concept?" Metal attribute concept. Li Yi and Yu Wenhua's mouths were wide open. They were stunned for a moment and guessed this possibility. "This possibility seems very small." Li Yi tilted his head slightly and said after hesitating for a moment. His expression was uncertain, and his mental state was almost in chaos again. "I remember that among all the people in our sect who comprehended the emerald edge sword steel, only one person comprehended the metal attribute concept," Yu Wenhua said as if he was reminiscing. "This shows how difficult it is to comprehend the metal attribute concept. Although I think that my talent is not bad, if there is nothing special, I will probably have to wait until I reach the Qi transformation realm to comprehend it. Therefore, I also think that the possibility of Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng comprehending the metal attribute concept is very small." "I am just saying." Wang Tingo smiled. He also had the same feeling. As for the previous words, they suddenly came out of nowhere. "We will know when they come out. I think that they will at least comprehend an intermediate metal attribute sword skill. Maybe even an advanced metal attribute sword skill." In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. The two old men once again spoke, waking Xiao Qianfeng up and telling him to leave the Emerald Edge Cave. Unknowingly, the mist-like spirit chi in the Emerald Edge Cave had been used up. There was only a little left. Xiao Qianfeng opened his eyes. There was an incomparably sharp, faint golden light flowing in his eyes. It was so sharp that it actually pierced through the dim air, leaving behind two faint golden traces. He looked at the sword steel, then withdrew his gaze and looked at Chu Mu. A faint spirit chi surrounded Chu Mu's body, and it seemed to be somewhat sharp. Without saying anything, and without disturbing Chu Mu, Xiao Qianfeng left the Emerald Edge Cave. After saluting the two old men, he left the secret underground room. "Unfortunately, I didn't comprehend the metal attribute concept." After leaving, a trace of regret flashed in Xiao Qianfeng's eyes. He thought to himself, although I didn't comprehend the metal attribute sword skill, I didn't waste my efforts. This time, comprehending the sword steel allowed me to fuse a little more with the boundless sword Dao inheritance. Now I can better execute the 1,000-edge kill, and its power has increased by 30%. Xiao Qianfeng was also satisfied. The most important thing for him was the boundless sword Dao inheritance. However, a sword Dao was broad and profound. Who knew how long it would take to completely inherit it? Comprehending the sword steel once and being able to fuse a little more with it would save him a few months or even a year of hard work. In the end, only Chu Mu was left in the Emerald Edge Cave. Chu Mu's entire body seemed to be immersed in a sea of golden sword aura. Endless golden sword aura surged out like a torrent. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Anything that stood in its way was torn apart. His entire body seemed to have been pierced countless times and torn to pieces. However, Chu Mu's consciousness was very clear and complete. He carefully experienced and felt it. His original comprehension ability was extremely shocking. Even on the ancient sword continent, it was top-notch. After fusing with his soul, it had multiplied and became even more monstrous. However, even so, after 2 full days, Chu Mu still didn't have any clues. This was also because he had comprehended the wind attribute concept and the cloud attribute concept. Otherwise, with his comprehension ability, he wouldn't need half a day to comprehend the metal attribute concept. After 3 days, he might even be able to increase the metal attribute concept by 20%. Chu Mu wasn't in a hurry. Although his goal was to comprehend the metal attribute concept, he also understood that, having already comprehended 2 attributes, it would be extremely difficult for him to comprehend a 3rd one. However, Chu Mu still wanted to give it a try. Therefore, he directly focused on the metal attribute concept. As for the metal attribute sword skill, he completely ignored it. After all, he could only gain something by focusing on one attribute. The metal attribute concept was countless times better than the metal attribute sword skill. On the 3rd day, another half a day had passed. Metal attribute concept. Metal attribute concept. Chu Mu muttered as if he was talking to himself. Immersed in the golden ocean, it was as if he was immersed in the mysteries of the metal attribute. Chu Mu felt as if he was about to push open the door and see the scene behind it, but the door was incomparably sturdy. Metal is the sharpest, extremely sharp. Chu Mu's mind unconsciously recalled the battle with Xiao Qianfeng. Although Xiao Qianfeng didn't know what kind of great, fortuitous encounter he had, he himself cultivated the metal attribute sword chi art and metal attribute sword skill. Compared to Yuan Wenhua, it was more extreme and pure. That extremely sharp aura seemed to have become very clear and appeared in Chu Mu's mind. It seemed as if the surrounding golden color had also become extremely sharp. Unbreakable. Nothing can't break. Anything that obstructs will be pierced through by the metal attribute. Cut unknowingly after 2.5 days of settling down, Chu Mu gradually entered a state of enlightenment. The spirit chi within the Azure Edge cave continuously gathered and revolved around Chu Mu's surroundings, slowly becoming thinner and thinner. Silently, half a day passed. Little guy, time's up. You should come out. Wandering in the golden ocean, Chu Mu, who felt as if he had also become a sharp golden sword, suddenly paused. The golden color quickly faded and turned into a dark void once again. His consciousness spun around and returned to his body. Time's up? Chu Mu was a little surprised. When he opened his eyes, a sharp golden light flowed out. The spirit chi around him that was like mist had completely disappeared. He walked towards the exit, somewhat unsatisfied, and left the Azure Edge cave. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 94. As soon as Chu Mu left the Azure Edge cave and walked out of the secret underground room, He was immediately summoned by the sect master Luo Tianxiong, as well as the elders of the 3 great academies and the main hall. Other than him, Li Yi, Yuan Hua, Wang Tingo, and Xiao Qianfeng had also enjoyed this treatment before. However, their expectations for Chu Mu were higher than the previous 4 people. The elders of the Azure Edge sword sect were only stunned for a moment when they saw that only Yuan Hua had comprehended an intermediate sword skill. It was a little different from what they had imagined, but it didn't matter. Even though the other 3 didn't comprehend anything, the auras emitted from their bodies had changed. Xiao Qianfeng's aura had become sharper, while Li Yi and Wang Tingo's auras had become sharper. This meant that their strength had also increased slightly. As for Chu Mu, the sect masters had already understood some of the truth from the Soaring Wind Academy. Chu Mu had really comprehended the concept of wind, and he had even reached a shocking 20% level. Among them, less than a third had comprehended the concept. The one with the highest level of comprehension was Luo Tianxiong himself, at 40%. Therefore, when they found out that not only had Chu Mu comprehended the concept, but he had also reached 20%, they were all extremely shocked. 2/3 of the elders even had their faces flushed red. They were so ashamed that they had the urge to bang their heads against the wall. As for the Soaring Wind Academy, he had his hands behind his back with a complacent look on his face. It was as if he was the one who had shocked everyone. Following that, everyone was ecstatic. A swordsman who had comprehended the concept in the sword chi realm, as long as he didn't die prematurely, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Perhaps there would even be a chance for Deshang to reach perfection in the concept, or even a higher and more profound level after the concept. As for the final exchange between Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng, they felt that what Chu Mu had used seemed to be sword force, but they didn't dare to be sure. But now, they finally dared to confirm that it was definitely not sword force, but some kind of secret technique. They didn't believe that a sword cultivator that possessed 20% wind concept at the 8th level of the sword chi realm would be able to comprehend sword force, and that was simply a fantasy. One had to know that sword force was something that truly belonged to a swordsman. It was something that was even harder to comprehend than intent. Currently, among the upper echelons of the Azure Edge sword sect, only the Sword Pavilion Elder had comprehended sword force. After being summoned, all the big shots stared at Chu Mu with their sparkling eyes. They were like electric light bulbs, which made Chu Mu's heart beat so fast that he almost turned around and ran away. At this moment, Tang Fan was like a fat little lamb that was surrounded by a pack of wolves on the grassland. Chu Mu, this time, did you comprehend any sword techniques from comprehending the green edge sword steel? Sect Master Luo Tianxiong's face was all smiles like a big wolf. No, Chu Mu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Oh, then did you gain anything else? Luo Tianxiong and the others were overjoyed, and their eyes lit up. If he didn't comprehend any sword skills, it meant that it was very likely that he had comprehended the concept of metal. What is Sect Master referring to? Chu Mu asked with a blank face, making everyone feel that this kid was a little cunning. Chu Mu, the Sect Master, and the elders want to know if you have comprehended the concept of metal this time, other than the concept of wind that you have already comprehended, the Soaring Wind Academy said, looking a little impatient. Concept of metal. Chu Mu revealed a look of surprise, which soon turned into regret. He sighed and said, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the Sect Master, the Academy heads, and the elders. I haven't comprehended the concept of metal. If I had a few more days, I might have been able to comprehend it. No. The elders' expressions froze, as if they had been splashed with cold water. They suddenly woke up, and the light in their eyes dimmed. After a while, Luo Tianxiong looked at Chu Mu and said, It's okay if you don't have it. To be able to comprehend 20% of the concept of wind at the 8th level of the sword chi realm is enough to show that your talent and perception are strong, far surpassing the average swordsman. Even the disciples of the high-grade sword sects can't comprehend the concept of sword at the 8th level of the sword chi realm, let alone 20%. This time, you have been comprehending the Qingfeng sword steel for 3 days. Although you didn't comprehend the concept of metal, I believe that you must have comprehended it. It is equivalent to giving you a start and a guide. In the future, you will definitely be able to comprehend the concept of metal. The others also looked at Chu Mu with encouraging eyes. They felt that with Chu Mu's amazing perception and a trace of guidance, he would definitely be able to comprehend the concept of metal in the future. Dual concepts, that was even more amazing. If they knew that before entering the Qingfeng cave, Chu Mu had already comprehended the dual concepts of wind and cloud, who knew if they would be shocked to the point of fainting. Since Chu Mu didn't comprehend the concept of metal, the elders said a few words of concern and encouraged Chu Mu to continue working hard, to guard against arrogance and rashness, to reach a new peak, and so on. Then they let Chu Mu leave. When he walked down the stairway to heaven, Chu Mu secretly let out a sigh of relief. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't comprehend the concept of metal. Not only did he comprehend it, but he also reached half of it, half of the concept of metal. However, when the headmasters asked, they revealed that they already knew that he had comprehended the concept of wind. Therefore, Chu Mu said that he didn't comprehend the concept of metal. A swordsman should have a sharp edge. This was the spirit of a swordsman, yes, but it didn't mean that a swordsman had to be stupid. One must know that no matter how sharp a sword was, it wasn't always unsheathed. When it was unsheathed, its sharpness would be unstoppable. But when it was sheathed, its sharpness would be restrained, and it would return to its original state. 30% of the concept of wind, 10% of the concept of cloud, and half of the concept of metal. Unknowingly, I've already walked further than my peers. In terms of the comprehension of the concept, I've even surpassed Qi transformation experts. Looking at the dark sky, Chu Mu had all sorts of emotions in his heart as he thought to himself. In addition to the concept, I've also comprehended the half-step sword force, and it's gradually being perfected. However, this is only the beginning. I'm still very far from the nirvana, sword Dao peak that I want to reach. I can't relax. I must be like a treasure sword, unyielding and unyielding. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes, flowing like water. Chu Mu's footsteps sped up, and he unknowingly used wind travel, blowing forward like a cool breeze. The road ahead was very long, and the world ahead was very vast. Chu Mu was only at the beginning. In the 91st pavilion of the towering wind courtyard. Wind, graceful, light, colorless, tasteless, pervasive. Cloud, illusory, unfolding, casual, changing at will. Metal, sharp, nothing it can't cut, nothing it can't crack. On the balcony in the night, Chu Mu finished a day of sword chi cultivation and sword training, focusing on the concept. 3 concepts: wind, cloud, and metal. His comprehension of the concept of wind was the deepest, followed by the concept of cloud, and the concept of metal was the weakest. The concept of wind was comprehended from the breeze sword art. Then it was raised to 20% at the fierce wind cliff, and 30% after returning to the Chu clan to comprehend the wind painting scroll. The concept of cloud was comprehended by combining the flying cloud sword art and the soft cloud sword art to create the shocking cloud kill. The concept of metal was comprehended by winning first place in the 33rd Qingfeng sword battle gathering and obtaining 3 days of comprehension from the Qingfeng sword steel. Concepts are divided into entry: small success, deshang, and perfection. Chu Mu murmured in a low voice that only he could hear. 10 to 30% is entry, 40 to 60% is small success, 70 to 90% is deshang, and 100% is perfection. Then, anything below 10% is considered superficial. Currently, my wind concept is at 30%. If I improve further, it will reach the initial stage. But the improvement between the initial stage and the initial stage is not so easy. Perhaps I should go find some wind attribute sword techniques and cultivate them to the perfection stage to see if I can use this to improve my comprehension of wind concept. As he spoke, Chu-Mu frowned slightly. In the sword faction, if one wanted to learn more sword techniques, one needed to exchange for them with contribution points. Clearly, Chu-Mu didn't have that many contribution points. This was the first reason. The second reason was that low-stage, middle-stage sword techniques didn't even contain the slightest bit of concept. He was able to comprehend the concept of wind from the breeze sword art not only because of his strong comprehension ability, but also because of luck. Therefore, it was unrealistic to take this path. It seems that I still have to continue to comprehend the aspect of wind. This super-level sword art already contains a small part of the concept of wind. If I can use the aspect of wind on Dashang, I might be able to improve the concept of wind to 40%. As for the concept of cloud, I only have 10% at the moment. I might as well find more cloud sword arts to cultivate to perfection. Then, I will extract the essence and integrate it into the shocking cloud kill. In this way, I might be able to improve the concept of cloud. At the very least, I can improve the power of the shocking cloud kill. Oh, yes, if I can learn the Cloud Sea sword art from eldest senior brother. Chu-Mu suddenly felt that this was a bit unrealistic. After all, although the Cloud Sea sword technique was incomplete, it was still Li Yi's signature sword technique. He had obtained it through a fortuitous encounter. Even if the two of them had a good relationship, Chu-Mu was too embarrassed to ask, unless in exchange. However, Chu-Mu did not have anything to exchange at the moment, so he had to put this idea aside for the time being. The concept of gold is the third concept. The difficulty of comprehending it is several times more difficult than the concept of wind. I have not cultivated any gold sword arts, so it will be difficult to improve it. Ordinary gold sword arts have no effect on me. At least, it is an advanced sword art. It would be better if there is a super-level sword art. Although I can't use it, I can comprehend it, and the effect will be extraordinary. After spending some time to straighten out the three concepts and make some plans for the future comprehension of the concepts, he began to comprehend the sword force. After 3 days of comprehending the emerald edge sword steel, not only did Chu-Mu comprehend half of the concept of gold, but the pure spiritual qi in the Emerald Edge Cave also allowed Chu-Mu's sword qi cultivation to stabilize. Next, Chu-Mu prepared to break through to stage 9 of the sword qi realm. After returning to the soaring wind courtyard, Chu-Mu did the usual things such as cultivating sword qi arts, comprehending the concepts and sword force, and so on. During this time, Chu-Mu went to the sword pavilion again and contributed Green Wolf Double Kill and Green Wolf Howling to the Moon. He entered the sword pavilion and chose 2 intermediate cloud sword arts, Rolling Cloud Sword Art and Following Cloud Sword Art. After spending a month, Chu-Mu practiced the 2 intermediate cloud sword arts to Dashang. Today, Chu-Mu had made all kinds of preparations. He adjusted his condition to the peak and began to break through to stage 9 of the sword qi realm. The first realm of a sword artist. Sword qi realm. There were a total of 10 stages. The first 3 stages were the foundation. The 4th to 6th stages were the accumulation. And the 7th stage was the real threshold of a sword artist. Stage 7, Sword Qi Blade. Stage 8, Sword Qi External Release. Stage 9, Sword Qi Armor. Therefore, to break through to stage 9, one must be able to move sword qi to every part of the body it will to protect oneself. This not only required a sufficiently dense sword qi cultivation, but also a sufficiently pure sword qi quality. Chu-Mu's sword qi, under constant cultivation and the nourishment of the spiritual qi in the Green Edge Cave, was already incomparably pure. He had cultivated the Zhongyuan sword qi manual to the peak of the 5th stage, and had accumulated even more sword qi than the peak of stage 8. He was just 1 step away from breaking through to stage 9, 9th level, sword qi armor. As the name implies, the sword qi must be able to flow out of the body through every single pore. Furthermore, I have external sword qi, so all the conditions are met. It won't be difficult for me to achieve a breakthrough. As he spoke, Chu began to move the Zhongyuan sword qi, preparing to shoot it out from the pores of his body. With a thought, the Zhongyuan sword qi quickly spread out, seeping out of his meridians and reaching the bottom of his skin. Following which, the sword qi within trembled and burrowed into the pores of his skin, condensing into needles. At the same time, he moved the external sword qi to envelop his entire body, mixing with the invisible sword qi. As the sword qi naturally flowed, it paused, allowing the internal sword qi to burrow into his pores, easily bursting out of his body. The sound of sizzling rang out continuously, densely packed. Streaks of pale white sword qi, condensed into needles, shot out from Chumu's body, leaving countless marks in the air. From afar, Chumu looked like a hedgehog covered in white spikes. Amidst the pale white, there seemed to be traces of black and red. These were the remaining impurities in his body. As the sword qi shot out from his pores, it purified his body and made it more suitable for cultivation. It also laid down a foundation for his future breakthrough to the qi transformation realm. In that instant, Chumu felt a rush of exhilaration. He felt like he was about to fly into the air, forget everything, and float in the air. He quickly came to his senses and hurriedly focused his mind, moving the external sword qi to expel the impurities and suppress the gushing internal sword qi. The sword qi once again returned to the bottom of his skin through the open pores, passing through his flesh and blood to return to his meridians, where it quietly flowed. Normally, when a swordsman broke through to 9th stage, the gushing sword qi could not be recalled. They had to cultivate wholeheartedly in the next few days to recover their sword qi as quickly as possible. However, the newly cultivated sword qi was often not as pure as the previous sword qi. They had to spend more time gradually purifying it. But Chumu had the external sword qi, which could forcibly suppress the gushing internal sword qi. This was equivalent to saving a dozen days, or even a month or two. The external sword qi stilled, and the invisible protective sword qi once again began to flow slowly. Chu stood up, his face glowing with joy. He only felt that his body was lighter than before, as if every pore on his body could breathe. He was full of vitality and was at his peak. The difference between 9th stage and 8th stage of the sword qi realm is not only the difference in the cultivation of sword qi, but also in the body. I feel that my strength, toughness, explosiveness, and other aspects of my body have improved a lot. Just the strength of my body alone is enough to suppress a 6th stage swordsman. Moreover, I have the invisible sword qi to protect my body. If I have the sword qi armor, my defense will be greatly improved. The current me is enough to defeat any 9th stage swordsman. I can even contend with or defeat a 10th stage swordsman. However, this is only a small improvement. I still have a long way to go. Chumu's eyes contained a trace of restrained light as he looked at the distant horizon. There were drifting white clouds, and above the white clouds was the endless blue sky. Thank you to the 2 swordsmen, Yuer01 and GFing, for their tips. Thank you to the 4 swordsmen, Kenny, Top Grade Fruit, Ruafu, and Shai, some for their monthly votes. Speaking of which, isn't the subscription a bit too bad? It's inhumane. If you want to support the original version, you have to subscribe. Otherwise, the 6th Tao of Samsara will not be able to survive. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 95. Only Li Wei knew about Chumu's breakthrough. She was happy and sad at the same time. She was happy because her senior apprentice brother's cultivation had increased and he had become more powerful. She was sad because her senior apprentice brother had reached the 9th stage. Next, he would become an elite disciple. Perhaps she would not be able to continue serving her senior apprentice brother. Thinking of this, Li Wei felt as if something important was missing from her heart. It was empty, and there was a kind of pressure. Even breathing became difficult. For the next few days, Li Wei was somewhat listless. She did not have her usual enthusiasm when practicing swordsmanship. This made Chumu feel very strange, so he asked her about it. Li Wei stammered before finally speaking her thoughts. Chumu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only tell Li Wei that if he became an elite disciple, he would still need a sword attendant. When the time came, he would apply to the sword faction and directly use Li Wei. Chumu was focused on the sword. He did not know how Li Wei felt about him. He only thought that after serving him for a long time, she would be reluctant to part with him. This was human nature. Moreover, Chumu was already very used to having Li Wei serve him. Chumu's words made Li Wei feel as if she had received some kind of guarantee. Her decadence from a few days ago was swept away. She was full of vitality and was even more immersed in cultivation. Compared to other swordsmen who have reached the 9th stage, I have saved a lot of time. I have directly stabilized at the early 9th stage. 9th stage sword chi cultivation was originally 9 cycles. However, Chumu was different from others. He could carry 3 times as much. Moreover, because of the strengthening of his body after reaching the 9th stage, the number of cycles he could carry had reached 30. Unfortunately, his cultivation talent was only at the 9th grade. Even if he could carry several times more cycles than others, Chumu's sword chi cultivation progress was still very small and difficult to detect. When I was at the 7th or 8th stage, I could still find ways to obtain chi refining pills to speed up my cultivation. However, chi refining pills can only restore my cultivation at the 9th stage. They cannot increase my cultivation at all. Chi breaking pills are suitable for 9th stage swordsmen. However, chi breaking pills cannot be exchanged for even with contribution points. It is said that only after becoming an elite disciple can one obtain a chi breaking pill every 3 months. Fine, I'll go apply to become an elite disciple today. Standing up and holding his sword, Chumu walked down the pavilion. He planned to go to the Lingfeng Academy first before going to the main hall to apply to become an elite disciple. Chumu had just walked out of the pavilion when suddenly the ground began to shake. In less than a second, it became violent, as if a magnitude 5 or 6 earthquake had occurred. The entire pavilion shook and let out creaking sounds, as if it was about to collapse. There were even sounds of plates and plates falling to the ground and shattering. Chumu stumbled and hurriedly adjusted his center of gravity to stabilize himself. Only then did he not fall. However, the world in front of him was violently shaking. Even the sky seemed to be shaking. Then a series of loud, rumbling noises rolled over from afar like giant waves. It was earth-shattering and caused everyone's scalps to go numb and their hairs to stand on end. After the loud bang, the tremors suddenly stopped. Only the loud roar was still reverberating in the air, but the sky was still blue. What happened? Is there a landslide? From the pavilions, figures rushed out one after another. Some of them looked embarrassed, panicked, and shouted, "Senior brother, what happened?" Li Wei also rushed out. Her small face was flustered. As soon as she saw Chumu, she rushed over and hugged Chumu's arm. "Nothing. Maybe there is a landslide somewhere in Qinglan Mountain," said Chumu. His face was calm and unperturbed, causing Li Wei to be affected. She couldn't help but calm down. Only then did she discover that she was hugging Chumu's arm. Her small face flushed red, and she covered her face as she frantically ran towards the pavilion. Chumu was a little stunned. Looking at Li Wei's panicked back, he showed a faint smile, as if he was looking at a child. Withdrawing his gaze and looking at the blue sky, Chumu had doubts in his heart. Why is there such a huge vibration? Is it really a landslide? Thinking about it, he couldn't figure out the reason, but he didn't dwell on it and continued to move forward. at the Ling Feng sword platform. He bid farewell to the inner disciples and brought their blessings to see the Ling Feng Academy. After chatting for a while, Chumu once again climbed the heaven stairway and entered the main hall of the Qingfeng Academy. Congratulations, with your strength, you don't need to take the assessment and can directly become an elite disciple of the sect. Elder Luo had a sincere smile from the bottom of his heart. His eyes were shining like light bulbs as he stared at Chumu and sincerely congratulated him. In the future, every 3 months, you can get a qi-breaking pill to improve your cultivation. Now, take this qi-breaking pill first. I will take you to the elite disciple area. You can choose your own pavilion to live in. Elder Luo smiled and explained, the pavilion of the elite disciples is larger, the environment is better, and it is more conducive to cultivation. There are also special sword attendants to take care of their daily life. Elder Luo, I am very satisfied with my current sword attendant, so I hope that I can transfer her here to continue serving me. What do you think? Chu Mu took the small porcelain bottle containing a qi-breaking pill and took the opportunity to say, in the past, there were often disciples who would make such a request, but I rejected them all. After all, the sect has its own rules. Elder Luo was not surprised when he heard this. He smiled and said, however, the rules are dead and people are alive. I approve your application. Thank you, Elder. Chu Mu bowed with his sword and said gratefully, Haha, we all have high hopes for you. Naturally, we hope that you can cultivate better. Elder Luo laughed. Chu Mu also smiled. He was very clear that this was because the upper echelons of the Qingfeng sword sect had seen his talent and terrifying comprehension. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary elite disciple, such a request would have been rejected immediately. Currently, there were not many elite disciples in the Qingfeng sword sect. Including the newly joined Chumu, there were a total of 38 elite disciples. Among them, Li Yi, Yu Wenhua, and Wang Tingo were the leaders. They had the highest cultivation among the 38 elite disciples. Of course, in terms of strength, Chu Mu was the strongest. This was a point that no one doubted. There were a total of 50 pavilions in the elite disciples area. Chu Mu looked around and chose one of them because there was not much difference between these pavilions as a whole. He was just following his usual practice and chose a pavilion close to the pool. It was convenient for him to enter the pool to practice his sword. Elder Luo encouraged Chumu again and told him that if there were any problems, he could look for him directly. He then turned and left. He also sent someone to the Soaring Wind courtyard to inform Li Wei to pack up and prepare to continue serving Chumu in the main hall. Li Yi, Yu Wenhua, Wang Tingo, and Xiao Qianfeng all came to Chumu's pavilion. Naturally, they could not help but congratulate him. Junior brother, we can cultivate together in the future and improve together. Let's see who can break through to the Qi transformation realm first. Yu Wenhua patted Chu Mu's shoulder and laughed. I thought second senior brother would say to see who can break through to stage 10 first. Chu Mu laughed. I also thought that second senior brother would say that. Wang Tingo said with a serious face. You guys, am I that kind of person? Yu Wenhua immediately retorted. He looked as if he was about to explode in anger, causing everyone to laugh heartily. Some people would act one way when they were not close enough, but once they were close enough, they would act another way and become more unscrupulous. This was the case no matter which world one was in. In the Azure Edge Sword sect, there was a difference in treatment between Stage 4 and Stage 4 outer disciples. There was also a difference between inner disciples and outer disciples. There was also a difference between elite disciples and inner disciples. For example, now that Chumu had become an elite disciple, in addition to the more exquisite and larger two-story pavilion, he still ate the meat of mid-grade vicious beasts every day. The rice and vegetables he ate were also specially provided by the sword sect. Even the inner disciples could not enjoy such benefits. The meat of vicious beasts was rich in nutrients. Otherwise, Why would people eat tiger meat to strengthen their bodies? The meat of vicious beasts was many times more nutritious than that of vicious beasts, especially the meat of mid-grade vicious beasts. It was much more nutritious than that of low-grade vicious beasts. Eating it every day had a great effect on enriching one's blood and qi. In addition, the 100-herb wine that was originally provided with 1 jug per month was now provided with 3 jugs per month. Chu Mu did not have to drink a small cup per day as usual. It had been 5 days since he became an elite disciple. Chu Mu had also adapted to the life of an elite disciple. Speaking of which, compared to an inner disciple, there was not much difference. He still cultivated the Zhongyuan, sword qi art and sword arts every day. However, Chu Mu focused on the rolling cloud sword art and drifting cloud sword art. He hoped to reach perfection as soon as possible. Then he would extract the essence of the killing moves and integrate it into the shocking cloud kill. He would then use the instant of improvement to deepen his understanding of the concept of clouds. It's time to take a qi breaking pill to increase my cultivation, Chu Mu said to himself. Under normal circumstances, when a disciple broke through to stage 9, they would wait until their sword qi had completely recovered before taking the first qi breaking pill. Usually at that time, they would have to take the second qi breaking pill. But Chu Mu was different. When he broke through, his sword qi did not lose the slightest bit, saving him 1 or 2 months of effort. These days, there were always elite disciples coming to visit, so he did not have much time. Now that it was finally peaceful, Chu Mu planned to take a qi breaking pill to see the effects. After notifying Li Wei, Chu Mu closed the door and declined all visitors. After adjusting his breathing, he took out a qi breaking pill. The qi breaking pill was slightly larger than the qi cultivating pill. It was bright yellow in color and gave off a slightly warm fragrance. His nose twitched slightly, and the medicinal fragrance entered his nostrils, making Chu Mu full of energy. Throwing it into his mouth, it melted immediately. After swallowing, the medicinal power immediately dissolved. The Zhongyuan sword qi art was channeled. The pure sword qi of the early stage 9 circulated through his body, rapidly absorbing the medicinal power of the qi breaking pill and circulating it through his meridians. Stage 9. Normal swordsmen could circulate 9 cycles, but Chu Mu could circulate 30 cycles. Thus, he used less than half a day to completely absorb the medicinal power of the qi breaking pill. He exhaled a mouthful of slightly turbid white gas. This was the fine dregs of the qi breaking pill that could not be converted into sword qi. If they settled in the body, it would be detrimental to the body. Opening his eyes, there was a glimmer of light in them. After refining 1 qi breaking pill, my sword qi cultivation has increased slightly. Based on this progress, I still need 1 more qi breaking pill to barely reach the middle stage of stage 9. Based on my calculations, I need about 7 qi breaking pills to reach the peak of stage 9. 1 qi breaking pill every 3 months. Based on my calculations, I would need 1 year and 9 months. But if I combine it with my own cultivation time, I would need about 1.5 years, which is 6 qi breaking pills, to reach the peak of stage 9. What a pity. If I could get 7 qi breaking pills and consume them separately within a month, I would definitely be able to reach the peak of stage 9. However, the qi breaking pill was far more valuable than the qi cultivating pill. The Azure Edge Sword sect did not produce much each month. Otherwise, they would not have set a limit of 3 months for each elite disciple. Thinking of this, Chu Mu suddenly thought of Li Yi and the other 2. Now that they were at the peak of stage 9, they no longer needed qi breaking pills. Thus, the Azure Edge Sword sect had also stopped supplying them. After the peak of stage 9 is stage 10. Suddenly, a question appeared in Chu Mu's mind. Stage 9 is the elite disciple. Including me, there are 38 of them. The one with the highest cultivation is senior brother Li Yi. Then what about the disciples at stage 10? Since there are Qi transformation realm experts, there should be stage 10 swordsmen, right? Chu Mu thought for a moment. He had only met one stage 10 swordsman, and that was the deacon of the sword battle arena, Qinjin. However, he was a deacon, not a disciple, so his status was different. I actually neglected this question. Looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to ask senior brother and the others the next time they come. The next day, Li Yi, Yuwenhua, and Wang Tingo came again. Xiao Qianfeng did not appear, but someone else did. It was Luo Yuling. Luo Yuling walked at the back. Looking at Chu Mu, she bit her red lips, looking like she wanted to get closer but was too embarrassed to do so. Chu Mu only glanced at her once before looking away. He did not feel anything special. Luo Yuling could not hide the disappointment on her face, but she quickly hid it. Junior brother, your cultivation. Li Yi and the other two were slightly stunned. I just refined the qi breaking pill, so it improved a little. Chu Mu smiled slightly and said, So fast! Li Yi and the other two were slightly surprised. They needed about 2 to 3 days to refine a qi breaking pill, but Chu Mu seemed to have refined it only yesterday. Only one day. After that, they naturally had a small gathering on the second floor of Chu Mu's pavilion. Luo Yuling also came up and sat quietly to one side, listening to Chu Mu and the others chat. She looked like a virtuous little wife. Li Yi and the other two glanced at Luo Yuling and Chu Mu from time to time. A mysterious smile flashed across their faces from time to time, making Chu Mu somewhat confused. Chu Mu was just about to ask Li Yi and the other two where the 10th stage disciples went when Li Yi and the other two suddenly stood up and bid farewell to Chu Mu. They did not even have the chance to ask Chu Mu to stay. The three of them immediately went downstairs and disappeared without a trace, making Chu Mu even more confused. Senior brother. Luo Yuling finally spoke. Compared to usual, she was less arrogant and more shy. Her cheeks were red, making Chu Mu slightly stunned. When he came back to his senses, he was somewhat surprised. What's the matter? Speak. Chu Mu's attitude towards Luo Yuling was not different. It was neither cold nor warm. I came to apologize to senior brother, Luo Yuling said in a low voice. She boldly looked at Chu Mu and said, I now know that I am a spoiled, rich young lady. I think that it is natural for others to flatter me. So in the past, I have been rude to senior brother. I hope senior brother does not take offense. Chu Mu was slightly stunned. The current Luo Yuling and the Luo Yuling of the past gave him a very different feeling, especially when she took the initiative to apologize. Chu Mu was even more surprised. However, Chu Mu did not say anything. He only smiled and said, It's nothing. I don't mind. Since senior brother does not mind, then senior brother can teach me swordsmanship in the future. Luo Yuling was overjoyed. She revealed a bright smile and returned to her original self. Chu Mu suddenly felt that perhaps this was Luo Yuling's true purpose. My schedule is very tight every day, so I can't spare much time. Chu Mu smiled faintly. If Li Yi and the others saw this, they might beat their chest and stamp their feet. It's okay. Senior brother, when you are free, just give me some guidance. I will be satisfied. Luo Yuling could not help but feel disappointed. However, she quickly seized the opportunity and said with a pleading look on her face. Her eyes were full of hope and she looked pitiful. Then come once every 10 days. I will try to spare some time to teach you swordsmanship. Chu Mu said faintly. In his heart, there was only swordsmanship and sword principle. He did not care about Luo Yuling's thoughts. As for sparing some time, it was actually possible. Okay, Luo Yuling originally planned to come every day. When she heard Chu Mu's words, she subconsciously wanted to refute. However, she remembered her original intention and suppressed the disappointment in her heart. She felt that since she could only come once every 10 days, she could come more often as they became more familiar. She believed that at that time, senior brother Chu would not be so cold to her. By the way, you are the daughter of the sect leader. Let me ask you, where are the 10th stage disciples of the sect? Chu Mu thought of this question and asked. Luo Yuling heard this and quickly replied, Senior brother, I am not sure about the details. I only know that once the sect disciples break through to 10th stage, they will leave the sect and go to a new place where they can cultivate better. Looks like I have to ask the elders or wait until I break through to 10th stage to know. Chu Mu secretly said. He looked at Luo Yuling and nodded. Thank you, junior sister. I am going to start cultivating. Junior sister, please help yourself. Oh, okay. Luo Yuling felt wronged. She suppressed this feeling and her voice became a little choked. Then, senior brother, I will leave first. Tomorrow I will come and learn swordsmanship from senior brother. Okay. Chu Mu did not put Luo Yuling in his heart. He did not care about Luo Yuling's departure and was immersed in his own cultivation. Luo Yuling left Chu Mu's pavilion with red eyes. Her current cultivation was at the peak of 8th stage, and she was the daughter of the sect leader. She did not live here. Unfortunately, when Ranyin just happened to be returning to her own pavilion, she saw Luo Yuling coming out of Chu Mu's pavilion from afar. Her face immediately sank and dark clouds covered her face. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Her eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent. Her entire person was very ferocious. From the depths of her throat came a deep roar filled with anger and resentment. Chu Mu, you want to die. I will definitely not let you go. In theory, for the last chapter, thank you, Euphomia, Act Ning, and one Mr. M for their tips. I also want to thank Dark River Soul 1, Narabi, Widatoy 075, and Book Friend 08113141402563 for their monthly votes. Also, I am speechless. Why did they suddenly give a 1-star rating vote? This chapter is rather plain, but it is an important transition. What follows next is the beginning of a new plot. It's a cliché, and I'm looking forward to it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to give me a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 96. In the elite disciple area, on the 2nd floor of a pavilion, Chu Mu sat cross-legged on the balcony as usual. He had just finished 30 cycles of the Zhongyuan sword chi art and exhaled a breath of white air that shot out like a sword, stirring the air. Raising his head to look at the endless blue sky, Chu Mu's eyes retracted and became deep. 10 days of cultivation, 30 cycles a day, but the sword chi only grew a little. At this rate, it would take half a year of hard work to reach the middle stage of 9th stage. What a pity! I don't know how to improve my cultivation talent. 9th stage is too low. He sighed slightly. His tone was somewhat helpless. Junior brother. Yuan Wenhua's voice came, startling Chu Mu. It was still early, and usually they would not come so early. He got up and went downstairs. Li Yi, Yu Wenhua, Wang Tingo, and Xiao Qianfeng, who was rarely seen recently, were all there. In addition, there were 15 elite disciples, and Wen Rinyan was among them. Her head was slightly lowered, and her eyes flickered with a shocking light. There was a trace of killing intent circulating, but it was hidden deeply. Senior brother, this is... Chu Mu looked at the group, puzzled. This is the sect leader's order. It seems that something big has happened and we are needed. Li Yi said, let's go see the sect leader and we will know what is going on. Okay. Chu Mu nodded. His sword was always in his hand, so there was no need for preparation. The group of 20 people all went to the Green Peak main hall. In the Green Peak main hall, other than the sect leader Luo Tianxiong, there were also the 3 chancellors and the 11 elders of the main hall. They all looked dignified, as if something big had happened. Chu Mu and the other 20 elite disciples had arrived. Luo Tianxiong glanced at them, his eyes shining, his body imposing, and he went straight to the point. Do you all remember the huge earthquake half a month ago? It was not a landslide. After a period of investigation, it was found that the reappearance of the green orchid virtual realm caused the collision of the spatial barrier, which caused the space in the green orchid mountain area to shake. Luo Tianxiong said slowly. Chu Mu and the others almost had a question mark on their heads. Qing Lan virtual realm, space barrier, and so on were beyond their knowledge. The so-called illusory realm of Qinglan is a kind of illusory realm. It is a small independent space-time that was born naturally or believed to be different from the ancient Sword Continent. But it is attached to the ancient Sword Continent. The void boundary was usually hidden in the void. When it appeared, it would collide with the spatial barrier of the ancient Sword Continent, causing a certain region to shake. Inside the emptiness realm, there are usually all kinds of strange flowers and herbs. Great dangers and great opportunities coexist. Elder Luo quickly explained. The reason why it's called Qinglan Virtual Realm is because it appeared on Qinglan Mountain. Qinglan's virtual realm does not appear regularly. According to the records of our sect, Qinglan's virtual realm has appeared a total of 4 times. The last time was 15 years ago. Luo Tianxiong said seriously. The light in his eyes seemed to have settled and become heavy, making people feel pressured. In Qinglan's virtual realm, there are many spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits, as well as other kinds of treasures. After entering and coming out, one's cultivation will often be improved by leaps and bounds. Of course, it is also full of all kinds of dangers. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. Now that the empty realm of Qinglan has reappeared, the Qinglan sword sect and the Qingshui sword sect will definitely send people in to search for all kinds of spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and treasures to strengthen the sword sect. Entering the void realm of Qinglan is limited by one's cultivation level. One must be a swordsman below the Qi transformation realm and above the 7th stage of the sword Qi realm. Otherwise, it is either because one's cultivation level is too strong to exceed the tolerance limit of the void realm, or because one's cultivation level is too low to be suppressed by the internal power of the void realm. Chu Mu and the others listened attentively. Luo Tianxiong continued to explain. Originally, entering the virtual realm would be best for a 10th stage swordsman or a half step into the Qi transformation realm. However, because the appearance of Qinglan's virtual realm is unpredictable, and they did not stay in the sword sect, they could not prepare in advance. The 3 major sword sects made an agreement that every time Qinglan's virtual realm appears, only 9th stage or lower disciples can enter. On one hand, it is to search for more treasures. On the other hand, it is a kind of competition between the 3 major sword sections. So this time, 20 of you have been selected. Of course, I will not force you to enter. After all, the virtual realm is full of danger. However, I can guarantee that any disciple who can leave the virtual realm alive will be focused on training by the sect. Reaching the Qi transformation realm is not a problem. Silence, waiting for Chu Mu and the other 20 elite disciples to choose. Such a good place, of course. We have to go in and explore. Li Yi was the first to smile and said, Haha, how can I be left out? Yuan Wenhua laughed. Of course, Wang Tingo said. Everyone expressed their opinions. None of the 20 elite disciples backed down. As swordsmen and elites of the sword sect, they had long known about the brave current. How could they back down because of the danger? Good, good. You are all the pride of our sect. Luo Tianxiong's face showed a smile, nodding with a look of appreciation. The surrounding elders also smiled and were very satisfied. In that case, Elder Luo and the other 2 elders will lead us to the entrance of the virtual realm immediately. We will not let Qinglan sword sect and Qingshui sword sect get ahead of us. Luo Tianxiong was swift and decisive. He said decisively, As for water and dry food, they have been prepared for you. Everyone has a bag and a pot. Bring it with you. Disciples, let's go. Elder Luo and the other 2 elders led the 23 people quickly left for Qinglan Mountain. I hope they can all come out alive this time. Luo Tianxiong stared at the back of the crowd and said to himself, the stronger the strength, the higher the chance of survival. Chu Mu and the other 4 should be able to leave alive. The others are in the late and middle stage of Stage 9. Some of them may stay in the virtual realm forever. An elder said softly, there's nothing we can do about it, regardless of whether it's for them or for our sect. Entering the emptiness realm is a better choice. A few long sighs and disappeared with the wind. The 23 figures quickly went into Qinglan Mountain. About 4 hours later, they came to a small valley. Aside from the people of Qingfeng Sword Sect, there were 2 other groups of people in the valley. They seemed to have just arrived. It's the people of Qingfeng Sword Sect. They are really like dogs, coming wherever there is a bone. An elder in the crowd on the right looked cold and sarcastic. He did not hide his sarcasm. It's better than people who can't change. Elder Luo's expression did not change, and he replied lightly. Suddenly, the elder's expression changed drastically. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his breath was fierce. He almost drew his sword. The people on the other side could not help but laugh. Elder Luo, long time no see. Your words are still so sharp. An elder in the crowd on the left greeted with a smile. Haha, you flatter me. Elder Yao, long time no see. Your cultivation seems to be much purer. Elder Luo smiled and returned the greeting. In the crowd on the right, there were 3 elders and 20 elite disciples of Qinglan Sword Sect. Each of them looked arrogant, as if they were the gods, and everyone had to listen to them. But when they were refuted by Elder Luo, their faces turned red and they almost suffered internal injuries. In the crowd on the left, there were 3 elders and 20 elite disciples of Qingshui Sword Sect. Qinglan Sword Sect claimed to be the orthodox sect of Qinglan Mountain. They were arrogant and did not take Qingfeng Sword Sect and Qingshui Sword Sect seriously. As a result, the friendship between the 2 major sword sects was forged. Chu Mu noticed that there was a person in the crowd of Qinglan Sword Sect who was staring at him with a trace of murderous intent. He turned around and saw that it was Elder Yao Ri. Haha, Elder Luo's breath is purer and sharper. Elder Yao stroked his beard and smiled. The entrance of Qinglan Void Realm has been opened. It will stabilize in a short period of time. Then we can enter. I hope the disciples of your sect can gain a lot. Elder Luo smiled. I hope so too. Elder Yao also smiled. Are you dreaming? The elder of Qinglan Sword Sect sneered and said, You 2 are just disciples of 2 small sects, and you think you can gain something in the void realm of Qinglan? You'd better pray that your disciples can come out alive, not gain anything. Elder Luo and Elder Yao looked at the elder at the same time, but they ignored him. This made the elder's veins bulge. He suppressed his anger and looked at a disciple beside him. Wei Hong, remember, after entering Qinglan Void Realm, your main task is to kill all the disciples of the 2 sword sections. Kill them all and leave them in Qinglan Void Realm. The elder's sword aura transmitted his voice and said, The secondary task is to help your junior brothers and sisters to get the treasure. When the time comes, we will help you to break through to the Qi transformation realm. The young man called Wei Hong nodded as he smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glanced past the disciples of the Qingshui Sword Sect and Qingfeng Sword Sect, placing every single one of them on his list of people he had to kill. It had to be said that the idea of the Qinglan Sword Sect was extremely vicious. Once all the elite disciples died in the virtual realm, the 2 sects would lose a group of elites. The gap between the 2 sects would be widened by the Qinglan Sword Sect within 10 years. Wei Hong, it doesn't matter if the others can be killed or not. The most important thing is the disciple of Qingfeng Sword Sect, Chu Mu. That's him. Elder Yao Ri also suddenly transmitted his voice to Wei Hong. Wei Hong looked over, and his eyes fell on Chu Mu. He was stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of disdain. His cultivation is at the early stage of 9th phase, but his swordsmanship is amazing. I'm afraid that even the late stage of 9th phase is no match for him. He can even compete with those at the peak of 9th phase. So, remember, even if you don't kill the others, you must kill Chu Mu. You must not let him grow. Elder Yao Ri felt Wei Hong's contempt for Chu Mu and could not help but speak sternly. Wei Hong's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but look at Chu Mu. He thought to himself, he can defeat those at the late stage of 9th phase and compete with those at the peak of 9th phase. Such swordsmanship can stand out even if he goes there. No, he must die. Chu Mu felt a faint murderous intent. He looked over and just happened to meet Wei Hong's murderous eyes. He could not help but frown slightly, but he was not afraid at all. An unfathomable smile flashed across Wei Hong's face. He stretched out his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture to Chu Mu. He then looked away and looked at the others. In his heart, since Chu Mu was on his kill list, he was already a dead man. At this moment, the entrance to the emptiness realm that was slowly rotating like a whirlpool not far away finally stabilized. It has begun. The elders shouted in a low voice and immediately told the disciples of their respective sects to pay attention to some things, and so on. They then let them enter the entrance, one after another. Wei Hong, remember your mission. I didn't pay a huge price to cover up your sword aura and cultivation for you in vain. Wei Hong nodded and gave a don't worry elder look. He strode into the entrance of the emptiness realm and disappeared. Thank you to Brother_Annoyed for your tip, and I'm Too Tired and Gongru for their monthly votes. In addition, there are 3 chapters from Satequo, Demonic Lion Dominates, and Mr. M1. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 97. This time, the elite disciples of Qingfeng Sword Faction and Qingshui Sword Faction must all be buried in the empty realm of Qinglan. When the time comes, the 2 sword factions will suffer heavy losses, while our elite disciples of Qinglan Sword Faction will grow and become stronger. By then, we can suppress the 2 major sword sects, and Qinglan Sword Sect will be the orthodox sect of Qinglan Mountain. The 3 elders of Qinglan Sword Sect thought about it and stared at the vortex-shaped entrance of Qinglan Virtual Realm. There was a hint of a smile in their eyes. In a trance, it was as if the world was spinning. When he woke up, Chu Mu had already appeared in Qinglan Virtual Realm. Other than himself, there was no one else around. Even Li Yi and the others who had entered the entrance of the virtual realm seemed to have disappeared. Sure enough, once you enter the entrance, you will randomly appear in a place in the virtual realm. If you are lucky, you may be with the disciples of our sect. Elder Luo and the others had told them this before. It also meant that if they were lucky, 1 or 2, or even 3 disciples of their sect would appear in the same place. By then, they could join forces and have a better chance. However, if he was unlucky, he might appear near a powerful dire beast, or in some dangerous terrain, etc. Normal luck meant that a person would appear in a relatively safe place. This was the most common method. Looking around, everything he saw made him feel so inconceivable, as if he was in a dream. The scenery was beautiful and pleasant, the air was fresh. There were mountains, clear water, blue sky, and white clouds in the distance. Nearby, there were flowers, trees, and rocks arranged in rows. It was a great tourist attraction. However, Chu Mu raised his vigilance. On the way here, Elder Luo and the other elders had clearly told him that in Qinglan Virtual Realm, he must not let his guard down. Maybe you see a beautiful flower, but it actually contains deadly poison. Maybe you see a very ordinary stone, but it could take your life. Chu Mu's keen intuition made him feel that there was a trace of danger hidden under the beauty and calmness. his left hand clenched and relaxed, adjusting to the most suitable position on the scabbard. The fingers of his right hand flicked gently, trying to relax as much as possible. The muscles all over his body began to relax bit by bit. He was in a state that was neither tense nor relaxed, allowing him to draw his sword and attack in an instant. After looking around, Chumu randomly chose a direction and began to slowly move forward. His footsteps were very light, and there was almost no sound when he landed. It was as if his entire body was weightless. At the same time, he was carefully observing the movements in the surroundings. His eyes were sharp, and there was a glint in them. He was carefully searching for spiritual herbs and the like. It was said that there were treasures everywhere in the green orchid virtual realm. Those who were lucky would be able to make great strides in their cultivation. They might even find some powerful swordsmanship, sword skills, and so on. Their strength would improve by leaps and bounds. Legend had it that there were rare treasures that could allow a person to break through to the Chi transformation realm in an instant. Chumu didn't know if there were any rare treasures, but the saying that there were treasures everywhere was a lie. It had been a quarter of an hour since Chumu had entered the void realm of Qinglan. However, Chumu had not found anything of value. Die! A fierce shout shook the surroundings. The sword light was swift and fierce, and sword chi swept out in all directions. Swish! It was like a piece of cloth being torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. Accompanied by a shrill howl, a figure flew out while bringing along a string of blood droplets. Brother Donglin's sword is even sharper. Lin Jianhai clapped his hands and complimented. Li Donglin shook off the blood on the sword of 100 refinements. His face was cold, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He stared at the figure that flew out and rolled a few times. After that, he snorted and said, "It's just a mid-level beast. It's nothing at all. Brother Donglin, mid-level beasts are of no use to us. There's no need to break them down. Well, only those treasures like spiritual herbs can catch our eyes. Keep your eyes open." Li Donglin nodded and said. Their eyes were like lightning as they carefully scanned the surroundings. After finding nothing special, the two immediately turned and left. Brother Donglin, this time when we entered the void realm of Qinglan, the elders gave us 2 tasks. One is to find all kinds of treasures that can be used on ourselves or brought back to the sect to be handed over to the sect. The second is to assist Brother Weihong in killing the disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect and the Qingshui sword sect. As long as we kill them all, the 2 sword sects will cry. Lin Jianhai smiled and looked very happy. Compared to the first task, I prefer the second task. Li Donglin's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. He sneered and looked cold. By the way, Brother Donglin, Elder Yao Ri said that we should pay attention to the disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect, Chumu, who is at the early stage of the 9th stage of the sword chi realm. He said that his swordsmanship is unfathomable. He can even defeat someone at the late stage of the 9th stage, or even fight someone at the peak of the 9th stage. Lin Jianhai looked a little surprised. If that's the case, then we have to be careful when we meet him. He's just a disciple at the early stage of the 9th stage. Li Donglin heard this and showed a touch of disdain. Elder Yao Ri said this only because his disciple, Su Hualong, was defeated by Chu Mu at the early stage of the 8th stage. At that time, he seemed to be at the late stage of the 7th stage. He didn't know that the reason he was defeated was because Su Hualong didn't have any skills. If it were me, that's true. This Su Hualong doesn't have any skills. He thought that he could reach the sky in one step after being accepted as a pro-disciple by Elder Yao Ri. He didn't even know how to call us brother when he saw us. He is really arrogant. Lin Jianhai smiled and said, if it were Brother Donglin, even if your cultivation is not as good as Chu Mu, you can easily defeat him. Let him know that our Qinglan sword sect is the orthodox sect of Qinglan Mountain. Our elite disciples are the strongest among the 3 major sword sects of Qinglan. Okay, don't flatter me. Li Donglin first flashed a touch of impatience. Then it turned into a sneer. I hope we can meet Chu Mu earlier than Brother Wei Hong and the others. At that time, I will use the sword in my hand to behead Chu Mu and give his head to Elder Yao Ri. Let him see that what he is afraid of is actually nothing. That's right. As long as Brother Donlin kills Chu Mu, you can get a reward from Elder Yao Ri and practice a high-level swordsmanship. Lin Jianhai was very eager and almost drooled. One of them was at the late stage of the 9th stage of the Sword Chi realm, and the other was at the middle stage of the 9th stage of the Sword Chi realm. They talked as they walked, not controlling their volume and hiding the murderous intent in their words. In their words, Chu Mu became more and more worthless. It was as if he had become a piece of trash that could be killed as they wished. Even all the elite disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect and Qingshui sword sect were not in their eyes. Thank you to the 4 swordsmen, Dark River Spirit 1, Log Gilmore, Q1383, 556, 3351, and other websites are speechless for their monthly votes. Thank you to Celestial777 for your comments. In addition, there was a mistake in Tang Fan's name in the previous chapter. When I checked, I did not notice it. I am very sorry, but everyone is very smart and knows who it should be at a glance. Please continue to ask for subscriptions. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 98. Roar! The roar was like rolling thunder, shaking the surroundings. It bared its fangs, and its eyes flashed with a green light. It was ruthless and ferocious. Its 4 limbs were tightly fastened to the ground, slightly bent and crawling. It was like a fully drawn bow, ready to shoot out at any time. Chu Mu's body slightly leaned forward. His right hand's fingers moved rhythmically. His eyes were like lightning, emitting a cold light. His gaze fell on the beast 10 meters in front of him without blinking. His aura was condensed like a sword. Once he made his move, it would be earth-shattering. This was a ferocious beast that looked like a wolf, but it was much larger than the fierce toothed wolf. It was like a strong calf, releasing a tyrannical pressure. Its skin was very rough, gray and hairless. Its muscles bulged, as if it was as strong as a rock. This was a high-level ferocious beast, gray rock wolf. It had the cunning and ferocious nature of a wolf. It also had an incomparably strong body. Its skin was very tough. The fine steel sword could not break it, and the 100 refined sword could only barely cause a slight wound. 1 man and 1 wolf faced each other. Their auras were condensed and clashed. They were extremely vigilant. Chu Mu's body slightly swayed, revealing a small opening. The gray rock wolf suddenly roared. Its muscles bulged and contracted, and a terrifying power burst out. With a bang, the grass was smashed and splashed. The sound of air breaking rang out, and the wolf turned into a gray arrow that shot out like lightning. It was too fast. Chu Mu only saw a flash of gray in front of his eyes, and he smelled a strong stench. The wind was incomparably fierce. The claws that shot out were flashing with a sharp cold light, like the claws of the Grim Reaper. His pupils slightly shrank, and a sharp light like a sword appeared. Under Desheng's gaze, the gray rock wolf's figure was clear. The trajectory of its claws was completely presented in Chu Mu's eyes. His right hand moved like a phantom as he pulled out his sword. There was an ear-piercing sound, like the friction of divine metals. The sword light flew out like a flash of lightning, drawing an arc like a waning moon. The sword slashed out, accurately cutting into the chest of the gray rock wolf. The sharpness of the pseudo-sword was perfectly displayed. With a chi-la sound, the gray rock wolf let out a mournful cry. Its huge body flew to one side, splashing a string of blood into the sky like fireworks. With a bang, the ground shook slightly. After sliding for a few meters, the gray rock wolf struggled to get up. Large amounts of blood gushed out from its wound, dyeing its gray skin red and dripping onto the ground. Like a gust of wind, Chu Mu's figure flashed and appeared above the gray rock wolf's back. With sword chi on his blade, he swung his sword. The fake clear wind sword cut into the gray rock wolf's neck like cutting through tofu. There was no obstruction at all. The sword cut off the wolf's head and blood spurted out like a fountain. Chu Mu landed on the ground and swung the sword lightly. There was not a single drop of blood left on the sword. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. The gray rock wolf's skin was incomparably tough, almost comparable to rock. Even the 100 Refinements sword could not damage it, but the fake clear wind sword could easily break it. If Chu Mu had used the 100 Refinements sword this time, it would have taken a lot of hard work to kill this gray rock wolf. The gray rock wolf is a high-level vicious beast. Its strength is comparable to a 9th phase sword practitioner. Who knows, there might be some treasures in its territory. After searching carefully, Chu Mu found something. On a half-meter tall grass, there were 3 blood-red fruits the size of longans. They had a faint sweet smell, like fresh blood. Scarlet blood fruits that have just ripened. Chu Mu was slightly surprised. He took out a small wooden box and carefully picked the 3 scarlet blood fruits. The scarlet blood fruit was a mid-rank spirit herb. It could be consumed or used to refine pills. Its use was to replenish blood. If one was injured and lost a lot of blood, consuming the scarlet blood fruit would be able to replenish it in a short period of time. Although he did not need it now, it did not mean he would not need it in the future. Not to mention, the value of a mid-rank spirit herb was not low. It was even higher than the 3 sun fruit. Chu Mu was putting away the scarlet blood fruits when he heard footsteps behind him. Someone was approaching. After putting away the small wooden box, Chu Mu quickly turned around. 2 figures came into view. When they saw Chu Mu, there was a sneer on their faces. There was a cold glint in their eyes, like a cat staring at a mouse. Disciples of the Qinglan sword sect. Through the logo on their green robes, Chu Mu recognized their identity. He also saw the malicious intent in their eyes. Senior Brother Donglin, our luck is really good. It seems that Senior Brother is going to learn a high-level swordsmanship. Lin Jianhai immediately smiled flatteringly. When the time comes, Senior Brother Donglin must teach us a thing or two. Don't worry, once I learn a high-level swordsmanship, I will not forget you. Li Donglin sneered again and again. He had already regarded Chu Mu as a dead soul under his sword. Holding his sword, he walked towards Chu Mu. Lin Jianhai smiled and followed by his side like a loyal henchman. Chu Mu, right? Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm happy. Li Donglin walked slowly and sneered, full of oppression. Yes, kneel down immediately. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Lin Jianhai echoed. You 2 are nothing but chickens and pottery dogs? Chu Mu smiled and said lightly. It seems that you have a death wish. Li Donglin's expression changed, and his face became gloomy. There was a murderous glint in his eyes, and his voice became cold. Remember my name. He will be the one to send you to hell. My name is Li Donglin. His voice was like a cold wind. When it blew, a cold sword light bloomed in front of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was like flying leaves were blown by a strong wind. They were fierce and filled with killing intent. The air was cut into countless pieces. Good, Senior Brother's flying leaves sword technique is even stronger. Lin Jianhai shouted as if he could see Chu Mu's miserable appearance covered in blood. Chu Mu felt that his whole body was locked down. There was a bright light in his eyes, and he could see the trajectory of the flying leaves clearly. He could also see Li Donglin behind the flying leaves. Such a sword technique! Chu Mu sighed softly, and a trace of disapproval flashed in his eyes. Compared to Li Yi's group and Xiao Qianfeng, there was obviously a gap. He immediately drew his sword. The sword light was like lightning and aurora. It was dazzling and dazzling. Lin Jianhai exclaimed and couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands. Li Donglin only felt that his sword light was like ice under the scorching sun. The fierce killing intent in front of him was unbelievably fast. It caused Li Donglin's eyes to turn white, as if he had become blind. He felt a strong sense of danger and subconsciously dodged to the side. But he was still one step too slow. He only felt a cold and sharp sword cut through his neck. An intense pain quickly spread throughout his body, and his whole body twitched. When the dazzling sword light dissipated, Lin Jianhai only saw Chu Mu standing there with a sword in hand. His face was indifferent, and blood dripped from the tip of the sword. Li Donglin was lying on the ground. The 100 refined sword fell to the side, and his limbs twitched slightly. His eyes were white, and there was a mixture of fear and regret on his face. His neck was cut in half, and fresh blood gushed out as if it was free, dyeing the grass below him red. The smell of blood permeated the air and became thicker. Lin Jianhai's expression was sluggish and filled with disbelief. He stared blankly at Li Donglin's twitching corpse. A second later, he screamed and took 2 steps back. He raised his head and looked at Chu Mu. His face was pale and his eyes were wide open. His pupils were trembling, and the finger he pointed at Chu Mu was also trembling. You actually killed him. Do you know that he is senior brother Donglai's younger brother? You are dead. Senior brother Donglai will not let you go. His voice was trembling and filled with fear. Suddenly, he thought of something, and Lin Jianhai's expression changed again. He turned around like lightning and used his sword chi to form an armor. He used his movement technique and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, intending to escape. Chu Mu's eyelids trembled, and his gaze was like lightning. He used to travel in the wind movement technique and rushed forward like a gust of wind. The fake clear wind sword slashed out. With a poochie sound, Lin Jianhai's sword chi armor could not withstand the sharpness of the fake clear wind sword. Under the sword chi was immediately torn apart. Blood spurted out from the back of his robe, and his whole body flew forward under the great force. The sword chi blasted into the wound and expanded it. Blood spurted out like a fountain. However, Lin Jianhai was not dead yet. His hands clawed at the ground as he struggled to get up. He staggered and was thrown forward. His face was pale and filled with fear. Chu Mu stopped and waved his sword to release a sword chi. It tore through the sky and heavily bombarded Lin Jianhai's back. With a pum sound, the sharp sword chi once again tore open a wound on Lin Jianhai's back. Lin Jianhai's whole body flew forward and landed heavily on the ground. He struggled to get up, but he was powerless. He barely managed to turn around. His eyes were blurry, and he vaguely saw a figure striding towards him. There was a cold and dazzling light in his hand. No, don't kill me. Lin Jianhai's voice was weak. Because of the excessive blood loss, he was dizzy and barely managed to speak. Why do you want to kill me as soon as you see me? Chu Mu walked to Lin Jianhai's side and pointed his sword at him. The cold and sharp aura made Lin Jianhai's whole body tremble and slightly sober. Don't kill me. Lin Jianhai repeated. Speak quickly, or I will end you. Chu Mu shouted and released a trace of killing intent, making Lin Jianhai tremble again. It's Elder Yao Ri's order. Whoever kills, you will be able to learn a high-level sword art from him. Lin Jianhai said intermittently, and Elder Qingmu also ordered me to kill all the elite disciples of Qingfeng's sword sect and Qingshui sword sect. Kill all of them? Is that even possible? Chu Mu heard and sneered. So Elder Qingmu used his cultivation to conceal senior brother Wei Hong's sword chi and disguised himself as a stage 9 disciple to enter the emptiness realm. Lin Jianhai said weakly. Blood kept flowing out. He felt the footsteps of death approaching and hurriedly begged, I beg you, let me use the hemostasis pill, or I will die." "What is Wei Hong's cultivation?" Chu Mu asked. "Stage 10. Peak of stage 10. Lin Jianhai hurriedly replied. "You are very cooperative. Since that is the case, I will spare you from pain." Chu Mu said and swung his sword. Before Lin Jianhai could react, a dazzling sword light flashed in front of his eyes. He felt a pain in his heart and his whole body twitched. His vision quickly turned dark and he died. A high-level sword, art. To kill me, Yao Ri is really good. Chu Mu sneered and his eyes were full of killing intent. There is also a stage 10 disciple who disguised himself as a stage 9 disciple to enter here. He wants to kill all the disciples of Qing Feng's sword sect and Qing Shui sword sect. What a good plan. If that is the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Qinglan sword sect. None of you will leave here alive. Thank you to Little Pot Guimin for the tip. Thank you to Little Pot Guimin, Little Boy Andy Lau, Moonshadow Flowing Dress, Burmese Duo Yuhua, Heavenly Sword Xiao Yao, and Chuini for their monthly votes. Also, I have to say that the number of collections is increasing, but the number of subscriptions is decreasing. This is not logical. I am deeply affected and feel weak. Swordsman, the samsara needs your passion, your support, and your subscriptions. Only by crying and begging for subscriptions will I be motivated. After midnight, it would be a new month. If Chu Mu went crazy, wouldn't the swordsman go crazy as well? We can't fall behind on our subscriptions and monthly tickets. Let's swing our swords and kill our way up. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 99. The disciples who entered the virtual realm of Qinglan were all carrying chi recovery pills, hemostasis pills, and incense wooden boxes. Li Donglin and Lin Jianhai didn't find anything good. Thus, Chu Mu only found a few things on their corpses. Better than nothing, he put them away. Ignoring the bodies, Chu Mu picked up his sword and walked forward again, carefully searching the surroundings. "Senior sister, leave quickly. Senior sister, leave here quickly. When you get out, you must tell the elders." A few screams sounded, startling the surroundings. Yao Beefing, who was running in a panic, had tears in her eyes. She looked back and saw the sword light flashing. Her junior brothers and sisters fell one by one in a pool of blood. They looked at her with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were heavy with hope and hope, hoping that she could escape. Gritting her teeth, Yao Beefing held back her tears. She reached out and wiped them away. Her face was full of determination. Her eyes flashed with unforgettable hatred. "Junior brothers and sisters, you will not die in vain. When I leave the virtual realm of Qinglan, I will tell the elders about this. The elders will definitely seek justice for you." Yao Beefing screamed in her heart. Her anger was rising and her hatred was monstrous. The disciples of the Qinglan sword sect will be punished for what they have done. As for me, I will definitely avenge you and kill this Wei Hong. He escape? Do you think you can escape? Wei Hong had a gloomy smile on his face. His eyes were shining with a touch of playfulness. He shook off the blood on the sword. The sword immediately became dazzling. He stuck out his tongue, licked a drop of blood on his lips, and sucked it into his mouth. There was a flash of intoxication. This is interesting. The virtual realm of Qinglan is like a cage, and you are the prey in the cage. I am the only hunter. Now let me, the hunter, slowly find all of you and then kill all of you one by one. This process is really enjoyable. Wei Hong took a deep breath. There was a cruel smile on his face. His face was full of enjoyment, just like a drug addict. After that, he dashed out directly. His figure flashed like a sword, and his speed was extremely fast as he swiftly chased after Yao Beefing. Only 3 corpses were left on the spot, their eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. "Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Are you out of strength?" Why don't I give you some time to take a good rest before you run? Wei Hong said with a mocking expression, his eyes flickering with murderous intent as he sneered. You're not a Phase 9 cultivator. You're a Phase 10 cultivator. How did you enter this place? Yao Bifeng was gasping for breath. Her hair was disheveled, and her robe was torn in many places. She looked particularly miserable. Qinglan Sword Sect, how dare you violate the agreement of the 3 sects and allow a disciple of the 10th level to enter here? You've broken the rules. I'll expose you when I get out. Rules? Haha, rules are made by the strong. Wei Hong's eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. Moreover, do you think I'll let you leave here alive? Be buried in the empty realm of Qinglan. With such a beautiful scenery, you won't be wronged. Don't even think about killing me. Yao Bifeng gritted her teeth and stared at Wei Hong with hatred. She clenched the sword of 100 refinements so tightly that the veins on the back of her white hand bulged. Her eyes were almost spitting fire. You're so beautiful. It's really a pity to kill you like this. Wei Hong laughed sinisterly, causing Yao Bifeng's expression to change greatly. She involuntarily shrank back, barely carrying less than half of the sword aura. Yao Bifeng shouted and slashed out 2 intersecting sword aura. It swept across the grass and swept up countless grass pieces to kill Wei Hong. She quickly turned around and used her body movement to run away. At the same time, she took out the energy recovery pill and threw it into her mouth. Child's play. Wei Hong smiled evilly. His body swayed and shuttled through the intersecting sword aura. His footsteps were fast, bringing up countless grass pieces. He chased after her, his robe fluttering. The sword light was like a waning moon. It slashed through, bringing a stream of blood and a head flying high. With a flick of his hand, the blood beads flew out and the sword body shone brightly. The fake sword was not only sharper and tougher, but it would also not be stained by blood. It could be easily thrown away and saved the swordsman from wiping it. It's just a mid-level beast, equivalent to the cultivation of level 8. Chu Mu put the sword back into the scabbard and thought to himself. Suddenly his ears trembled slightly. Chu Mu looked back and saw a flustered figure fleeing in panic. It was a female swordsman. Looking at the logo of her clothing, she was an elite disciple of the Qingshui sword sect. Yao Bifeng also saw Chu Mu and recognized that Chu Mu was an elite disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect. She suddenly felt happy and felt that she had met her savior. She did not need to be killed. Immediately her eyes dimmed. She also saw that Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the early stage of level 9. With such strength, he would only be a dead soul if he encountered Wei Hong. Leave quickly. The Qinglan sword sect has violated the agreement of the 3 sections. They let a level 10 disciple sneak into the virtual realm and tried to kill the disciples of both sections. Leave quickly and tell the others. Bring this news out of the virtual realm and tell the elders. Yao Bifeng shouted. Her voice spread around and fell into Chu Mu's ears. She felt that she could not escape from Wei Hong's evil hands. Since that was the case, she would spread the news and let every elite disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect and the Qingshui sword sect know. When the time came, as long as someone got out alive and reported the news, the Qingfeng sword sect and the Qingshui sword sect would unite and put pressure on the Qinglan sword sect. Although the Qinglan sword sect was the most powerful sect, they could not win against the combined forces of the 2 sections. In the end, they would have to apologize and take the corresponding punishment. Wei Hong also saw Chu Mu. After a moment of surprise, he showed a look of joy and laughed. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Chu Mu. His speed suddenly increased, and his body flew across the sky like an aurora. In a flash, he passed Yao Bifeng and rushed toward Chu Mu. Yao Bifeng felt a figure fly past her. When she saw that it was Wei Hong, she was so scared that her face turned pale. However, she found that Wei Hong did not pay attention to her and went toward Chu Mu. She knew that Wei Hong's plan was to kill the two of them. Wei Hong. Chu Mu stared at Wei Hong, who rolled up a gust of wind and blew 10 meters in front of him. He said faintly, "So it's you. It seems that you already know who I am." Wei Hong was stunned for a moment and then showed a gloomy smile. "Very well. In this way, I don't have to go through the trouble of introducing myself. But I'm curious, how did you know who I am?" Yao Beefing stopped and stood 10 meters away. The three of them formed an irregular triangle. Her face was full of despair. After escaping and being chased several times, she knew that with her cultivation, there was no way she could escape from Wei Hong's pursuit. Even if there was an early 9th phase swordsman, it would still be impossible. In her heart, she could not help but feel a sense of despair. "Go ask the 2 disciples of the Qinglan sword sect. They will tell you the details," Chu Mu said faintly. Wei Hong heard this, and his pupils suddenly shrank. A murderous look appeared in his eyes and spread out. "You killed 2 of our disciples. You deserve to die." Wei Hong's face was gloomy and his eyes were scarlet. He was like an evil spirit making people shudder. His voice was like a cold wind from hell. Yao Beefing's body unconsciously trembled. She looked at Chu Mu's eyes with a bit of disbelief. This early 9th phase disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect killed 2 disciples of the Qinglan sword sect? It seemed unlikely. One must know that among the elite disciples of the 3 major sword sects who entered the virtual realm, only Chu Mu's cultivation was the lowest. He was at the early 9th phase. The others were at least at the middle 9th phase. To be able to kill a middle 9th phase disciple, this showed that this person's swordsmanship was extraordinary. Unfortunately, he was going to die here. "You deserve to die even more." Chu Mu raised his eyelids. There was an amazing sharpness in his pupils that went straight to Wei Hong's scarlet eyes. The fierce murderous look made Wei Hong's eyes tremble. There was a feeling that he did not dare to look directly. Chu Mu's tone was even more indifferent. "With the cultivation of the peak of the 10th phase, you pretended to be at the 9th phase and entered the virtual realm of Qinglan. You deserve to die." With a scream, countless birds were startled. Chu Mu had already pulled out his sword and turned into a dazzling rainbow. In an instant, he crossed 10 meters and stabbed at Wei Hong. In the face of a strong enemy at the peak of the 10th phase, Chu Mu did not dare to relax. He was not sure whether he was the opponent of the other party. The amazing murderous look was earth-shattering. It was like lightning breaking through the sky. It was so dazzling that Yao Beefing could not help but close her eyes. The speed made Wei Hong's pupils shrink. He was extremely shocked. "What a fast sword! Let me cut your sword in half." Wei Hong shouted in his heart. The sword was like a thunder explosion, cutting through the void. It was extremely shocking. It was too fast. The 2 swords collided. Under the shock of a huge force, Chu Mu flew back to remove the rebound force. His palm was slightly numb. Wei Hong, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. He stared at the sword in Chu Mu's hand. "A fake sword. You also have a fake sword." Wei Hong screamed, full of disbelief. "Is it strange?" Chu Mu sneered and said, "This sword has drunk the blood of 2 elite disciples of the Qinglan sword sect. You will be the 3rd. Since learning of the conspiracy of the Qinglan sword sect, his hatred for the sect had intensified. He had made up his mind to kill all the disciples of the Qinglan sword sect that he encountered in the virtual realm. He would let the Qinglan sword sect suffer the consequences of their own actions. Even if Wei Hong was at the peak of the 10th phase, Chu Mu would never let him go. He was the one who had to be killed. Humph! A fake sword in the hands of a mere 9th phase swordsman is a pure waste. Wei Hong recovered and said with a smile, "Don't worry, after I kill you, I will take your fake sword away. When the time comes, whether you want to contribute it to the sect or sell it yourself, it will be a good choice. Don't worry, after you die, your fake sword will also fall into my hands and be used by me. Chu was not at a disadvantage when it came to words, as long as he was willing. It was just that sometimes he was too lazy to say it. When the time comes, I will use it to kill all the disciples of the Qinglan sword sect in the virtual realm. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 100. Kill. With a loud shout, Wei Hong's sword light shone brightly, burning with red flames. The surroundings were scorching hot as it rushed toward Chu Mu like a fire python. It was extremely powerful, and the air seemed to be ignited. Waves of roars were heard, as if it was some kind of ferocious beast. High-rank sword art. Chu Mu's heart skipped a beat. Such power was far beyond the mid-rank sword art. Yao Bifeng's eyes reflected the red flames. Her face was full of shock. With her knowledge, she naturally recognized that Wei Hong was using the basic form of a high-rank sword art. The power of an advanced sword art was far greater than that of an intermediate sword art. Even the power of a basic sword art could easily have the power of a low-level sword art. Every basic sword art was equivalent to a low-level sword art's killing move. Moreover, the sword chi consumed would not be as much as using a low-level sword art's killing move. It would be endless, which was very terrifying. The scorching heat rushed toward his face. As he breathed, the air became scorching hot. It rushed into his nostrils, making Chu Mu feel very uncomfortable. He frowned slightly. The red flames reflected in his eyes rapidly approached. The scorching heat seemed to want to ignite his whole body. It is even more powerful than the Cloud Sea sword art of eldest senior brother. Thinking to himself, Chu Mu quickly retreated. At the same time, his wrist rotated at high speed. The sword light flashed, and the fake clear wind sword spun at high speed along with his wrist, forming a tornado. Chu Mu used a trace of his wind mentality. In an instant, a large amount of air was pulled over, forming a wind whirlpool. It absorbed all the scorching heat in the air. With a low shout, he pushed forward and stabbed out with his sword. A blazing vortex of wind shot out, instantly colliding with Wei Hong's sword. With a bang, an explosion occurred. Sword chi swept out, slicing through the air and slicing apart the grass on the ground. As sparks flew, Wei Hong's sword paused for a moment. Chu Mu used wind walk, floating to Wei Hong's left like a wind spirit. He casually swung his sword, leaving no trace behind. Wei Hong's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly turned around and slashed out with his sword. It was as if a raging wave of flames had swept up as it fiercely slashed towards Chu Mu. Chu Mu's sword light rotated, and the tip of his sword lightly touched Wei Hong's sword. With an ear-piercing clang, Wei Hong's sword was knocked away, and Chu Mu's sword stabbed towards Wei Hong's throat. He waved his left hand, and 3 scorching sword chi shot out towards Chu Mu. They were extremely powerful, and because of the high temperature, they let out crackling sounds. Chu Mu turned his body and dodged the 3 sword chi. He focused his mind, and the sword chi outside his body surged. It condensed into a faint arc of light and shot out. At the same time, the fake clear wind sword swept up a light blue wind. It was extremely fast, and there was nothing it could not penetrate. Shwa shwa shwa. Wei Hong hurriedly waved his fake sword, and countless fiery red sword shadows formed a wall in front of him, blocking Chu Mu's attack. At the same time, he flew back and waved his sword continuously. Streaks of fiery red sword chi flew towards Chu Mu, fast and fierce. Yao Bifeng's eyes could not take it all in. Her face was full of shock. She could not imagine that an early-stage 9th phase sword artist could fight with a peak 10th phase sword artist in such an intense battle. It was like a dream. Even if this peak 10th phase sword artist did not use his full strength, he was still in existence that could not be resisted. For no reason, a glimmer of hope appeared in Yao Bifeng's heart. She hurriedly took out several energy, recovery pills, and threw them into her mouth to recover her sword chi. Her beautiful eyes stared at Wei Hong and Chu Mu, and they shone brightly. I thought that Elder Yao Ri's worries were unnecessary. I didn't expect that he still underestimated you. Wei Hong stared at Chu Mu, his eyes as sinister as a viper's. He stared straight at Chu Mu, and his voice was incomparably cold. He did not hide his killing intent at all. You are qualified for me to use my full strength. High-grade fire python sword art. I will send you to your grave. After saying this, without waiting for Chu Mu to reply, Wei Hong attacked again. This time, the attack was even more powerful. When the sword pierced out, it actually condensed into a thick fire python. It opened its mouth and roared like a high-level fierce beast. It was incomparably ferocious. Moreover, the blazing aura was even more intense. The air trembled and exploded. The thick fire python viciously charged at Chu Mu, as if it wanted to swallow Chu Mu in one gulp. So strong! Chu Mu was shocked. Wei Hong's fire python sword art was a fire-type sword art. Fire-type sword arts had always been known for their destructive power. Moreover, it had the special effect of high temperature. It felt like it was even more powerful than Li Yi's cloud sea sword art. Chu Mu's eyes slightly squinted. A light cyan luster blew through his pupils like a gust of wind. Under the great success of sword vision, he was able to clearly see the trajectory of Wei Hong's sword. However, whether it was the power of the sword art or the purity and strength of the sword chi, Chu Mu was far inferior. Unless he directly used the breeze kill under the concept of wind, Chu Mu used all his strength to use the wind walk movement technique. Following the air currents brought by the roaring fire python and the trajectory of Wei Hong's sword, he easily dodged. Let's see how long you can dodge. Wei Hong shouted, and the sword chi around him surged violently, one sword after another. He used the basic move of the fire python sword art. Although the speed was not as fast as the breeze sword art, the power was much stronger. Every sword caused the surrounding air to become shockingly hot. The green grass on the ground quickly turned yellow because of the high temperature. As Chu Mu dodged, he saw thick fire pythons appearing one after another in front of him. They all roared and bit at him. Once he was hit, even the invisible protective sword chi would not be able to protect him. Yao Bifeng stared at Wei Hong, trying to see his every move clearly. At the same time, she continuously recovered her sword chi. Kill! 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 Wei Hong roared and waved his fake sword again and again. His entire body became a fiery red area and a high temperature spread out. If it weren't for Chu Mu's formless sword aura isolating him from the heat, he would probably feel uncomfortable all over and his condition would be greatly affected. Using the wind travel movement technique to the extreme, Chu Mu was like a cool breeze, constantly brushing past the fire pythons that bit at him. It seemed to be extremely dangerous, but Wei Hong couldn't do anything about it. Taking advantage of that brief moment, Xiao Chun thrust out his sword a few times. It was the basic move of the clear wind sword art under the concept of wind. Each sword was like a gentle breeze, blowing the fire python to the side and stabbing towards Wei Hong. Damn it! Wei Hong's expression became even more unsightly. With his cultivation and sword arts, he was still unable to kill an early-stage, 9th phase cultivator after such a long time. Once this spread back to the Sword Academy, he would lose all his face. His feet were like flames. Wherever he landed, the grass would quickly wither, leaving behind clear marks. Wei Hong's entire body seemed to be on fire. Sword aura revolved around his body, directly resisting Chu Mu's clear wind sword technique. Kill! A thunderous roar rang out. Wei Hong's sword was even more powerful and ferocious. It was earth-shattering, as if he wanted to kill Xiao Chen with one sword strike. Peak 10th phase sword chi was released without holding back. An extremely powerful pressure shook the surroundings. A terrifying repelling force pushed away the air, causing bits of grass to fly into the air and burn to ashes. Chu Mu only felt waves of heat assaulting his face, forcing him to retreat. This is not good. This fellow's sword chi cultivation far surpasses mine. Adding on the difference in purity, the overall difference is at least 10 times greater than mine. If he uses his full strength, I won't be able to get close to him, Chu Mu thought with a frown as he used the momentum to retreat. Even though he was a sword grandmaster, had Deshang's sword vision, and had external sword chi, the purity of his internal sword chi was far inferior to Wei Hong's. What he had could only make him undefeatable, but it would be difficult for him to defeat Wei Hong. Even if I condense all my external sword chi into my sword and temporarily merge it with my internal sword chi, it will still be difficult to kill him. Moreover, doing so will take some time. Chu Mu thought to himself. The only reason he was able to use it before was because he only had a sword duel with Xiao Qianfeng. In a life and death battle like this, even a second could change the situation. If I use the simplified version of wind, I might be able to defeat or even kill him. However, with my current sword chi cultivation, it's still not enough to use the complete, simplified version of wind. If his cultivation was only at the early 10th phase, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill him if I used my full strength. However, the difference between the peak of 10th phase and him is too great. For the first time, Chu Mu felt helpless. He deeply understood that, as a swordsman, the most important thing was not only sword arts, but also sword chi cultivation. No matter which aspect was protruding, it wasn't true strength. It was like the edge of a wooden barrel. If there were some protrusions, the water wouldn't be able to fill it. Therefore, only by advancing both sword arts and sword chi simultaneously could a truly powerful swordsman be called a true swordsman. If it was one-sided, it would only lead to abnormal growth. Even if one's sword arts attainments were unfathomable and could surpass a stage in battle to kill an enemy, when faced with a stronger sword chi cultivation and a stronger sword art, one would be suppressed. On the other hand, even if one's sword chi cultivation was incomparably dense, when faced with an enemy whose sword chi cultivation was similar to yours and whose sword arts attainments far surpassed yours, one would still be suppressed. The most direct comparison was between the sword chi realm and the chi transformation realm. A chi transformation realm expert could stand still and rely on their protective sword chi to casually attack a sword chi realm swordsman without being harmed in the slightest. But now, Wei Hong had used the full strength of his 10th phase peak sword aura. It filled the surroundings and created a powerful repelling force that prevented Chu Mu from approaching. If he couldn't get close, then it would be difficult to use his unpredictable sword arts. It would be difficult to break through Wei Hong's defense with just the clear wind sword art. If this continued, Chu Mu's sword chi would be exhausted first, and then the situation would not be good. I can only leave first and find some spirit medicine to raise my cultivation to the peak of 9th phase. At that time, I should have enough sword chi to use the simplified version of the wind appearance. Chu Mu thought to himself, then looked at Yao Bifeng and said in a low voice, "Hurry up and leave." Yao Bifeng was surprised at first, but she reacted quickly and quickly waved her sword, sending out several sword chi towards Wei Hong. She quickly turned around and used all her strength to escape. At the same time, Chu Mu merged the concept of wind and used the clear wind kill. A 1-meter-long light blue wind blade broke through the air, as if it could cut through space, and attacked Wei Hong. Yao Bifeng's sword chi hit the sword chi around Wei Hong's body, and they were all dispersed. However, Chu Mu's clear wind kill arrived and ruthlessly cut through the sword chi around Wei Hong's body and attacked his body. Wei Hong's face changed, and he hurriedly waved his fake sword, rolling up a fire python and destroying the weakened clear wind kill. "Don't even think about escaping." With a loud shout, Wei Hong didn't even look at Yao Bifeng. and used all his strength to chase after Chu Mu. Wei Hong already had a strong desire to kill Chu Mu. He was very worried that when Chu Mu grew up, he would be a fatal threat to him. Therefore, no matter what, even if he didn't kill anyone else, he had to kill Chu Mu. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 101. What a fast speed. What a terrifying body technique. With 2 consecutive sighs, Wei Hong's eyes flashed with a strange light, but his face became more and more gloomy. He had lost the chase. Chu Mu had disappeared from under his nose, and he had gotten rid of him with that extremely fast and magical body technique. Whether it was not being at a disadvantage in the previous fight or escaping from under his nose now, it made Wei Hong feel ashamed from the bottom of his heart. He was a swordsman at the peak of the 10th level. Even in the Liz Ho Sword Academy, he was a well-known figure, but he could not do anything to a person who regarded him as an ant. This was simply a great shame. Chu Mu must die. The next time I meet him, I will directly use my killer move to kill him. Wei Hong thought to himself. His tone was full of murderous intent, and the air seemed to have become cold. However, his body technique is better than mine. Well, I will use my killer move to seriously injure him and force him to tell me his body technique before killing him. Although he had lost the chase, there was still quite a long time before the void realm of Qinglan closed. Wei Hong was not worried that Chu Mu could leave the void realm of Qinglan alive. A slight sound of the wind was heard, and a light green figure instantly passed by, flying over the grassland. It slowly reduced its speed and revealed its figure. It was Chu Mu. As soon as he stopped, Chu Mu immediately took out a porcelain bottle from his arms, opened it, and poured out 5 energy recovery pills. He threw them into his mouth and swallowed them. When they entered his stomach, they melted and turned into a medicinal power that began to replenish his sword aura. In the battle with Wei Hong, Chu Mu had consumed nearly half of his sword aura. After that, he fully displayed his body technique in the wind and did not care about the consumption of sword aura. Coupled with the will of the wind, he finally got rid of Wei Hong's pursuit. Now that his sword aura was almost exhausted, and he could not cultivate to restore it there. Who knew if there would suddenly be a fierce beast or someone with bad intentions? So the energy recovery pills came in handy. Chu Mu had more than 50 qi recovery pills. After taking more than a dozen of them and circulating them around his body, he finally felt that his sword qi had completely recovered. Wei Hong's cultivation is much higher than mine. Right now, my main focus is to increase my cultivation. As long as I can raise my sword qi cultivation to the peak of stage 9, I have a 70% chance of killing Wei Hong. Chu Mu muttered to himself. Then he carefully looked around to see if there were any spirit herbs that could increase the cultivation of his sword qi. Not long after, he finished his search. There were only ordinary grass and stones. Chu Mu's expression didn't change, and his aura was restrained. Then he left with light footsteps. I wonder if that disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect managed to escape? After they were safe, Yao Bifeng's expression changed. Her tone was still full of strong disbelief. She almost whispered, but he can fight against Wei Hong, and he is not at a disadvantage. It's incredible. He is a real sword genius. I only hope that he can get rid of Wei Hong's pursuit. Once his cultivation is improved, he should be able to kill Wei Hong in turn. He thought about it. I don't know how the other junior brothers and sisters are doing. I have to find them as soon as possible and gather them. I can't let the Qinglan sword sect's conspiracy succeed. Wait. Wan Renyun, who was surrounded by 2 disciples of the Qinglan sword sect, had a slight change in her expression. She quickly shouted before the other side attacked. I am only at the middle of stage 9 sword qi realm. My swordsmanship is very ordinary. I am not a threat to you at all. The one who is a real threat to you is Chu Mu. I can take you to find him and kill him. Chu Mu. Li Donglai's eyes flashed with a glint. The corner of his mouth curled up and flashed a playful smile. He looked at Wen Renyun with a mocking expression. We will naturally find and kill him. As for you, you will also die. All the disciples of Green Edge Sword Faction and Green Water Sword Faction will die. Li Donglai was not afraid that Wen Renyun would know the truth, because Wen Renyun was only at the middle of Stage 9, while he was at the peak of Stage 9. He was also the eldest disciple of the Qinglan Sword Sect. Killing Wen Renyun was as easy as killing a mid-level ferocious beast. Wen Renyun's expression changed, and his eyes became gloomy. He didn't expect that the Qinglan Sword Sect would want to kill all the elite disciples of the Qingfeng Sword Sect and the Qingshui Sword Sect who had reached the virtual realm. No, you can't kill me. I am still valuable to you. Moreover, with your cultivation, it will be easy for you to kill me. Wen Renyun thought quickly and said, this time in our Qingfeng Sword Sect, other than Chu Mu, there is also Xiao Qianfeng. He is not much weaker than Chu Mu and is more powerful than Li Yi and the other two. Moreover, they have entered the Qingfeng Sword Cave to study the Qingfeng Sword Steel. Their strength must have increased. If I am with you, when you meet them, we can say that we are temporarily working together to lower their guard. When the time comes, we can sneak attack them from behind. Not only can we prevent you from getting hurt, but we can also kill them more easily. In order to survive, in order to kill Chu Mu, Wen Renyun had already transformed into a lackey. This was because he knew that with his own strength, he simply couldn't do anything to Chu Mu. The only way was to ally with others. However, it was impossible for the Qingfeng Sword Sect to work together with him to deal with Chu Mu. Once the Qingfeng Sword Sect knew that he had this idea, he would be the first to die. After thinking about it, only the Qinglan Sword Sect could do it. However, he also knew that working with the Qinglan Sword Sect was like asking a tiger for its skin. If he was not careful, he would be the first to be killed. However, the desire to kill Chu Mu was too strong. It was so strong that he could not bear it and almost went crazy. Hearing this, Li Donglai was a little surprised at first. Then, a mysterious smile flashed across his face. Li Yi, Yu Wenhua, Wang Tingo, and Qingfeng Sword Steel. Li Donglai also knew about it. In fact, the three major sword sects of Qinglan Mountain were able to establish themselves in Qinglan Mountain because they each had their own heritage. Similar to the Qingfeng Sword Steel in Qingfeng Cave, Qinglan Sword Sect also had it. It was an open secret in Qinglan Mountain. Very well, the information you have provided is very useful to me. In that case, I will spare your life for now. Li Donglai nodded with a smile and stared at Wen Renyun. His sharp eyes seemed to see through him. However, don't play any tricks. You must cooperate with us, sincerely. Otherwise, I will let you know how sharp my sword is. Brother, don't worry. I, Wen Renyun, am a man of my word. Wen Renyun's heart was filled with hatred, but he did not show it. We are not your brothers. Remember, we are the elite disciples of the Qinglan Sword Sect. You are just an elite disciple of the Qingfeng Sword Sect. You are not at the same level as us. On the other side, the elite disciple of the Qinglan Sword Sect had a sarcastic look on his face. He looked down on Wen Renyun. Moreover, people like you who betrayed your brothers and sisters and betrayed the Sword Sect. It is already a great gift for you to be with us. Wen Renyun's face was gloomy and his heart was filled with murderous intent. He was so angry that he almost spewed out. He could not wait to immediately draw his sword and kill the two in front of him. What? You are not convinced? Then draw your sword. The disciple of the Qinglan Sword Sect sneered disdainfully. He said, I promise, as soon as you draw your sword, I will kill you. Oh, you must be joking. Wen Renyun suppressed his anger and forced a smile. It was uglier than crying. Well, don't talk nonsense. Go find Chu Mu immediately. I can't wait. Li Donglai shouted impatiently. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation.